Seeing the DRS 62 schedule on the screen for now, those of you watching live on the streams, whether that be on YouTube or on Facebook. So you'll see the schedule throughout the course of the day, but of course the big talking point is that 100 title battle. Jack Robinson coming in just 5 points ahead of Charlie Ratford. Last time out at GYG, it was pretty much all Ratford. Ratford really dragging himself back into firm contention for this finale as Robinson struggled there. Looks as if so far, based on the warm-ups, it's a little bit more even towards the two, and that's exactly what we want to see with a championship on the line. Ratford a couple of tenths quicker in the warm-up that we've just had, but yesterday Robinson faster in one, Ratford in the other, so that's the kind of thing that we're hoping for more of. We're really hoping to see them fight it out on the track here at Whilton Mill, which is it's actually the longest circuit that we come to during the course of the season, and we'll go through a bit more of the track as we proceed. But we're going to start in a few moments. We're going to have the DRS 62s out on the circuit and ready for their qualifying session. It might be worth noting that the DRS 62 title for the Supers is actually still mathematically alive. It's still possible for Oscar Roach to take that crown. There is drop points are a big factor in that, however. Coming into the weekend, Ashton Redpath, courtesy of his drop points, he's guaranteed to take 299 points from here, no matter what happens, unless there's something gone towards, such as a disqualification or something along those lines, and obviously we hope that that does not happen. But what that means is, should things be all clean over there, then for Redpath, he'll be taking those 299. It'll mean Roach will need 325 points to have any chance of winning the title, and the maximum that Oscar Roach can take this weekend is 328. You see here the track layout here at Whilton Mill. We're very close to Daventry, as we mentioned. We're close to Silverstone. It's the longest circuit in terms of pure distance that we have here on the Daniel Ricciardo Series schedule in 2023. We'll mention the 2024 schedule later on during the broadcast and during the day for those of you that are here at the track. But Whilton Mill certainly one of those tracks that really provides every type of challenge that you can have on a Daniel Ricciardo Series circuit, on a karting circuit that we visit here in the championship. You look at a track like GYG, for example, where you've got that huge straight, and the emphasis is really on just staying in touch and then setting yourself up to be in position to make a pass on that straight. And then you look at other circuits. You look at Houghton Park, for example. There's a series of straights there that have kind of long, winding corners linking them. Then you look at a track like Shennington, where you have several straights linked with little complexes. And then you have tracks like this, where there's straights, there's complexes, there's elevation, there's really everything that you can ask for. Ready for karts out on track for the first time here this morning, and it is Ashton Redpath who will lead them away. And of course, as we mentioned, with the championship permutations, the mathematical ones, almost certain that the championship will be a formality for Ashton Redpath, as we do have a spinner coming out of turn 2 there, our first of the day. And the permutations mean that Redpath can mathematically guarantee the championship with pole position in this qualifying session. But I think the real key emphasis is going to be on those race wins. And we'll get our first indicator of who's on the pace and who isn't as we begin to come across the line for the first time. So we actually see the initial hot laps. We've got Redpath there with the 56.434 going quickest. And up into second place there is Rory Hamilton. Then Oscar Roach takes second place, 56.8. Still a little bit of the way off of the pace there. For Oscar Roach. Redpath, who you're watching on the screens at the moment as he comes around the boot, the final complex here at Whilton Mill and across the line, and we'll see if there's any improvement in there. There is indeed. It's a 53.308, but then roaring right up to the top of the timesheet. We've got Rory Hamilton with a 53.0, so we've only actually had, it's worth noting, we've only had one Academy driver in the top 3 throughout the course of the season in qualifying. That was actually Neo Luiso last time out at GYG, and I think a big part of that might well have been the tricky conditions that we had there. It meant that drivers could run different tyre pressures. Of course, there were decisions as to what tyres you run. Do you go for wets? Do you go for slicks? The majority went for wets there. But here it's going to be more of an emphasis on pure pace. There's less variation in what you could do with your setup, but certainly in terms of the way the lap times are looking at the moment, it by no means means that the Academy drivers are out of it, because as it stands right now, it's Carter Clarkson that's just taken provisional pole with a 52.986, so we dip into the 52s for the first time. 5 minutes still to go in this session. It has, of course, been a pretty clean weekend. It's really, really warm by early October standards here at Whilton Mill, so you certainly wouldn't expect that the track rubbering in would be that much of an issue. You'd expect that there'd be plenty of rubber having been laid down yesterday, but the track evolution and the way that the lap times are tumbling tells you otherwise, as Harley Drake has just improved to the top of the standings of 52.6. There's a 3/10 gap now between he and Carter Clarkson. Meanwhile, Ashton Redpath and Oscar Roach are 4th and 5th. So our usual protagonists are in a position where they have a bit of work to do. Freddie Bird is looking good as well, up there in 6th place at a 53.457. Just nudging ahead of Lucas Esser, who as it stands is the last of our super runners. You're watching Redpath once again at the moment on the stream, as Drake has improved further now to a 52.5, a 52.579. Redpath now goes up into second place, and then it is Rory Hamilton back to the top of the timesheets. They're continuing to tumble here, and it's anyone's guess as to who is going to lead the field down to the first corner in our opening race of the day. As it stands, it's Rory Hamilton and Harley Drake, but there's certainly a lot of lap time out there, and it might well be that we're looking at last over the line is going to be first over the line to start our heat race. One of the big points coming into this weekend is, of course, the track limits, and it was mentioned numerous times in the driver briefings. The main action points there, you're going to have turn 2, and then the exit there at turn 2 just as you're about to go up the hill. So that's one spot. That's at the exit of Crook. And then Ashby, the exit there. It's a very generous curb at the exit of Ashby, and so there's plenty of encouragement for drivers there to go pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable. And then coming onto the home straight, the final corner there, the pit bend, there'll be some incentive for the drivers to give that corner a bit of a wide berth, particularly because the curb on the inside there, I'm not sure how obvious it will be as you watch the broadcast, but the curb on the inside there is absolutely enormous, and no driver here wants to go messing with that. Rory Hamilton is on top of the timesheets once again, and he's improved further to a 52.339 as we've got 1:15 now to go in this session. You're watching Harley Drake on the screens right now. He is edged to within a tenth and a half on a 52.478. I said earlier that we were getting into the 52s. It wouldn't be too surprising, although it is probably a slight stretch, to see them get into the 51s. Certainly the way the lap time has been out there, you bet against it, but you've seen stranger things for sure. Drake coming now down the back straight, which it's arguably not, it's the back straight in the sense that it runs along the back of the pit straight, but it's not the real back straight theoretically on the calendar, on the circuit, apologies. Harley Drake to the top, 52.2, just under a tenth quicker than Rory Hamilton. .21 seconds to go. We're just seeing Hamilton there crossing the line, so Hamilton doesn't improve. And so now it's down to the other supers, you would imagine, to decide who takes the pole position. Harley Drake waving, signaling as he goes along the back straight and into the pits, whether that's a wave to say congratulations to me, I am the pole sitter, or just to acknowledge anyone else that might be around him to say I'm slowing down. That's up for debate. But what is not up for debate, or at least won't be up for debate in a moment, is Ashton Redpath must have gone into the pits earlier. He's still not showing us having taken the checkered flag, but there's certainly no sign of any kind of improvement, and I don't believe he is out on the circuit. I only see one of a super out on the track. So that means then that Harley Drake is indeed our pole sitter for the opening heat race for the DRS 62s here at Whilton Mill with 52.260. But what a spectacular performance from Rory Hamilton in second, by far and away the leading academy driver by almost, actually just over half a second there, with Clarkson back in sixth place. And then the remaining supers round out our top five, and it is Essa third, Roach fourth, and Redpath fifth. So the two dominant forces of the DRS 62 Championship have a bit of work to do when they take the start for the first heat of the day. But that wraps up DRS 62 qualifying. We'll be back with you shortly for the 125 qualifying session.
He's getting loads of warnings from there. Yeah, but he was off the track.
Oh, right, okay.
I think he said that like that one.
I'm going in with Sam,
Yeah,
so
but,
I'll check.
yeah, that one he was out. He dropped out.
Okay, I'll check his little book.
Absolutely. I'm not flight, are you? Are you staying away on the Monday, are you? No, I'm Sunday night, 11:30.
Okay. Just along, just at the closest bit you can towards the straight.
The gantry?
Yeah, just about there. As I look at here, I can see you. Shall we get the card down?
Upstairs at the back and my knees up on the thing in front of the house. Sit there for an hour and you get to your chair, stand up, then none for the way down, and you went,
Welcome back. Time in a couple of moments for our DRS 125 qualifying. We've got plenty of things to be taking you through kind of outside of what's going on the track itself. Of course, there's the news about the arrive and drive categories for next season. There is the news, of course, about next season's schedule as well. For now, we're going to take you through a quick walkthrough of the track itself. Of course, as we've mentioned earlier, longest track of the season in terms of surface area that we visit in the Daniel Ricciardo Series. But it's one of those where there's plenty of potential action spots. Of course, the biggest, most notable one is up at the top of the hill in towards Christmas Corner there. One of the big talking points, many talking points really, about things that could happen, of course, at Whilton Mill, as you see the track now on your screen, is where pole position is, because the way that they go into the first couple of corners, logically, you'd always put pole position on the inside, but here it is something of a disadvantage to be on the inside of turn 1, because the more important corner is turn 2. Those you see the track map, you see that the gentle left is Oblivion, and then the right-hander into Crook. That's where you're really gonna, if you're making a move, that's where you're gonna make it stick. If you're side by side at the start, that's really where you're more likely to get your advantage, and you are going into turn 1. Of course, the exit of Crook has that big exit curb on the outside, or I should say wide exit curb on the outside, where there's going to be all the talk about possible track limits today. We are going to certainly avoid that. We will let you be the judge of what you believe you may see, and we will leave that to be Matt's job down track side. Meanwhile, after that, we go up Manuel's bank, and it is a much bigger bank than what you see on the TV screens. It does not provide you with any kind of justice until you arrive at the track. Then, of course, you've got Christmas Corner, which is probably the best overtaking spot on the circuit. Then you sweep left into Inkerman's 90-degree right-hander, and then down to the hairpin at Ashby, where, again, Matt Daniels has himself a difficult job of policing things at the exit of the corner, particularly because there's not really any kind of curb there, so there's even more incentive for drivers to flirt with the out-of-bounds area, shall we say. Then, of course, we go into the infield. We've got Wilkins, and then we go into Osiers. There's a little right-hander out of Osiers that takes us onto the back straight, as we see a spinner right out of the pits on the stream. And then through the back straight, we go into the boot. Left-hander, right-hander. It's kind of a double right-hander, but the way it straightens out at the exit, it's very gentle, the second right-hander. And then into pit bend. We were talking about that earlier, of course. The curb on the inside is massive. You do not want to hit it. And there's also a big rumble strip on the exit. If you do go over the white line there, you don't want to be messing around in that particular corner. One of the points of the drivers' meeting, as we just see the initial times coming from, Baudry to the top for the moment with 45.884, now beaten by Oscar Walmsley-Jones on 45.679. Still, well, we've just seen him now, so that's Henry Foote actually just going out onto the track. Sam Faulkner, Ethan Critchley and Oliver Owen also just making their way out onto the track a little bit before Henry Foote. One of the big talking points of the drivers' meeting was that overtaking into that final corner is ill-advised. Usually it ends up with somebody in the hedge. So 5.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session, and still waiting for the lap times to come through from the headline runners. And among the headline runners, we've absolutely got to give a shout out, of course, to Ethan Critchley. His dad, Jason, swimming the channel, the big rugby swim happening today. There is Sam Faulkner on the top of the timesheets now, 44.875. He's 4 tenths faster than Oliver Owen and 8 tenths faster than our previous pole sitter, Oscar Walmsley-Jones. But for Ethan Critchley, for Jason Critchley, Ethan Critchley's dad, he is part of that big rugby swim. Former rugby players, several of them, swimming the channel today for the Head for Change Foundation. Absolutely fantastic cause, and we wish them all well on their efforts today. Ethan Critchley, meanwhile, not quite on the headline pace at the moment. Down in 5th on a 45.790. There he goes. He pops up into 3rd with a 45.2, as it looks like there's a problem there. That's not Sam Faulkner. We saw a driver stopped just before Christmas corner, and still stopped they are, and that's going to produce the yellows, and that's going to stop drivers, you would think, from improving their lap times. We're just trying to see who that is. It appears to be, and is, Thomas Dackins in 335. That looks like a kart that is not going anywhere in a hurry, although almost there. An effort to get restarted. You would imagine that there is going to be some assistance provided, maybe to, let's say they need to roll back down the hill first. I'm not sure that's the most well-advised thing to do. And Thomas Dackins is now out of the kart. Don't let it roll back. At least get it on the grass first. And that is what we do safely. 3 minutes to go then. I imagine the yellow's still out, as you would expect. Just trying to have a look over there at Masters Post 3 to see when they may be withdrawn, because until it is, you might not see much improvement in the lap times. Looks like it's been withdrawn. Certainly we can't. It's hard to see from our angle. So as we turn our attention, so Ethan Critchley has improved. There we go. He is up to 2nd on a 45.055. And Sam Faulkner. Now, so we're seeing a bit of a jug on the lap times there, just for a moment. I think there's a bit of a glitch in the timing. But we are now back to normal. Just a split second there, we saw Faulkner's 44.812 disappear. In fact, Faulkner's 44.812, so good it seems, that he is off the racetrack with 2 minutes plus change to spare. Henry Foote now up to 2nd on a 44.925, so Faulkner may be happy with his work, but it's certainly nothing that is necessarily unbeatable. The remaining minute and 40 will complete the story on that one. So it's Faulkner 44.812, Foote's 44.925, just over a 10th. Ethan Critchley 3rd with 45.055. They're pretty much all separated by a 10th in the top 4 as Oliver Owen rounded out with a 45.142. So we've got the difference of the 3.5 tenths, the difference between the top 3, and then just a slight gap down to 4. It's trying to check it. We've got different lap times showing on the timing screens as opposed to what we have on the actual screen on the stream. So what you've got, if you're watching at home, the lap times you see are incorrect. The correct ones, Faulkner 45.5, Critchley 45.730, so the gap between them just over 2 tenths, 2 1/4 as a matter of fact. Then it's Oliver Owen in 3rd on a 46.064. 45.864 is the best time for Owen. Our apologies, we've had the last time first. And then it's Foote on a 45.893. What does confuse us on that one is that the top 4, their last laps, 3 of them, were their fastest. So now we see why Faulkner pulled into the pit happy with his work, because a 45.5, certainly you would imagine, is unbeatable, and it doesn't appear as if there is anybody else out there to beat it. We now have the checkered flag. And that will conclude our qualifying session. So we're being told actually that it may be the stream that is correct after all. Regardless of what is correct, it is Sam Faulkner that is on pole position. That much we do know. We will get the rest clarified for you as and when we get the chance. But it will be Sam Faulkner that will lead the field down to the start of the opening DRS 125 heat of the day.
don't get warm then. No, the advice is just don't get hot. Heat the sun is really cold.
That was on camera.
Put them on the reeds, and then set them at say 12.
How do you know when you're like 2 times rich?
Saying loads of what we do because the memory was full. So you have to go into the menu and clear the memory and wipe everything out on there. Can we do that? We do it later, you don't mind that. Let's try and do that. Alright. So when there's a red flag and I slam into the back, is that your fault?
Yeah. You still get the one going then.
Yeah.
If you don't, you have to double the £2 right. No, I'm alright then. Johnny,
Wave.
unhand that. You can kick it
learn the hard way.
You learn the hard way when you hit that last corner.
Wave to that home, Jack. Wait.
What? 20, 30 seconds.
No one's that many.
Zone in. Get the job done.
Get ready.
Time now to focus on the feature attraction of the day for the first time, the DRS 100, and of course their championship battle between Jack Robinson and Charlie Ratford, coming into it with just 5 points between the two. And realistically, drop points are highly unlikely to be a factor, unlike in 62s where it's really just a procedural thing. Of course, the competitiveness here of the 100 field means that we're in a position where these drivers' weakest results are hardly going to be coming back into play, where drivers are going to be reclaiming their drop points. Of course, Robinson struggled by his standards last time out at GYG. And of course, he had problems in the tricky conditions at Houghton Park. Meanwhile, Ratford has had some issues of his own throughout the course of the season. It's difficult, really, to go through an entire DRS 100 season without having a genuinely bad weekend. But what it all really means, what really matters to you watching and to the family's trackside, is that whatever happens out on the track today is really going to decide the championship. We're not looking at any external factors or any drop points factoring into things. This is a pure, straight fight. Seeing the initial lap times come through pretty quickly here. And right to the top has gone Ratford, 2 100ths quicker than Sherry Ann Powell. Robinson up to third for the moment. There is a little over a tenth and a half between them. And then rocketing to the top is Jakub Milczarski. Ratford at the moment, it looks as if they're actually right together on track there, are Ratford and Robinson. You can see that on the stream. They're coming through the boot right now. Interesting move that from Charlie Ratford, to be right on the tail of the driver that he is fighting for the championship. Whether this is something that is going to help him in qualifying, or if it's something that is a tactical move, studying Robinson for any potential weaknesses in race trim. Only really he knows what he's trying to achieve through that, but on track he's actually gotten ahead of, or has he gotten ahead of Robinson? He made a move somewhere out towards the hairpin there, but we're trying to see now where Robinson is on the track. It looked, yeah, he has dropped back, actually falling back not just behind Ratford, but behind several other drivers. And Ratford on that lap, actually not just getting past Robinson, but actually going to the top of the timesheet, getting below 45.6, 45.589, that puts him on provisional pole. And you halfway suspect that we've got plenty of improvement to come yet. There is a problem out on the circuit. We can see just going in towards that hairpin where Ratford got past Robinson on that previous lap. We're seeing the problem now on the screen. Can't quite tell either on this. It's Maximilian Reed in trouble, and he is back in 12th on the timesheet, some 8 tenths off of Ratford's fastest time. Robinson, meanwhile, has jumped up to second. It's a 45.625. There is less than a half a tenth in it between the pair. Green flags are now back out at Mars's Post 5. Means that we will have lap times continuing to tumble. Nyron Evans just spoke to, I believe, his dad a moment ago. thanks to him for the clarification on the pronunciation there. He is up into 6th place, the leading novice in the 100s. Milczarski actually backed down tonight, having been on pole earlier in the session. Up into 3rd, an impressive 3rd, is Benjamin Baker. Benjamin Baker, a driver who seems to promise so much, but for various reasons, in quite a few instances not of his own making, it's just not quite come together for him on race day. You've seen a big result coming from him for some time. And in 3rd place, he is threatening as much as he ever has throughout the course of the season. 2.5 minutes to go for these drivers to settle pole position honours, and we're watching Robinson tailing and getting past the driver there as they just begin to come down the hill and through turn 5. Just from what little we've seen, it appears as if track limits are being largely adhered to. Whenever we've seen plenty of warnings on the digi flag above the start finish line, but certainly on the screens we've not seen on the stream we've not seen too much untoward, as Robinson is now trailing Benjamin Baker. Ahead of him on the timing screens, but out on the circuit at least, just following him. You see 135, that is Milczarski actually got to get towards the pit, so happy with his business in this qualifying session. So who will strike first? Who will make the early statement out of Ratford and Robinson? At the moment it's Ratford, but there's very, very little between them. We continue to watch Robinson. The emphasis on him to take pole away from Ratford as he crosses the line there. Not a chance to do so. And so really he's got 2 more chances to get in front of his rival. Down the hill he begins to come. As Baker there actually appears to be following, I believe it's Sherry-Ann Powell. And you halfway wonder if Robinson would prefer to be clear of them. He's not dropping back, so maybe he sees it as an advantage to follow them. Clearly both of them are quick, so it's better to have them there, and if you can get a slipstream up the hill, it's worth it. Benjamin Baker going a little wide there on the exit of the final corner, and with 10 seconds to go, we're heading to the last chance saloon as far as improvements go. And I think Robinson there really wanted to get ahead of Sherry-Ann Powell, but didn't have the chance to do so. And that might well be the chance to improve. Gotten away for Jack Robinson. We'll see when they come around. Through the boot they come for the final time. Into the final corner. And it doesn't look like there's going to be an improvement, because really Robinson's actually lost time there to Sherry-Ann Powell. There's an improvement for Daniela Sutton up to 7th. But with everybody else crossing the line, it confirms that Charlie Ratford, and there he is already in the pits and done for the session. And finished on pole position, and it's Ratford that makes the opening statement here in this championship decider, as he denies Jack Robinson pole position by just 36 hundredths of a second. It's that close between the two. It's exactly what we were hoping for in the championship decider. They're right together, and the only question from here is, are we going to see fireworks the rest of the way? Charlie Ratford on pole and Jack Robinson. Benjamin Baker an excellent 3rd place. And that concludes our DRS 100 qualifying session. Next up, we've got the first heat race of the day for the DRS 62s.
In that session, and I'm not only going to say who, received at least an 8th place penalty because he got 2 penalties. That's really going to muck up your race, isn't it? Yeah? So I'm not going to bother with the second penalty, and it says in the blue book, and then it says on our, I can overrule any rules that are in there. If there's a 4th one, it's going to be a black flag. Is that clear, guys? So I don't want to ruin your race, but guys, I can't have people focusing on track limits, track limits, track limits, track limits. There was an incident there where the guy on the radio couldn't get in because they was calling track limits, track limits, track limits, track limits. Now, God forbid, one of you are hurt and I can't stop the race because they're calling track limits. That gives me a bigger problem, doesn't it? Yeah? So it's not just about the track limit thing, it's the fact that it's taking up radio time and then I can't do my job that I need to do. Yeah? Okay, you're good? Thank you. Hi.
You're quick enough to get up.
therapists and stuff.
You can get rid of the trolley bin.
Yeah? Yeah, so actually. It just felt like.
Ready to go with our first race action of the day, first DRS 62 heat. A bit of news actually coming in from that qualifying session that was topped by Harley Drake ahead of Rory Hamilton is that Lucas Esser was sent to the back of the grid. We're just looking to get the confirmation on the why of that. May have been a number of track limits possibly, or of course the other possibility is a technical violation. We will get the news on that one for you. But looking up towards the front, it could be quite interesting as they're forming up as if they want to go first time. It would be a surprise if they were to do so. You don't normally see it happen, but it's not unheard of by any means. They're not quite formed up as yet. One of the big warnings during the driver briefing was that the pole driver has to be careful not to get too big a run of the final corner, because it means that then drivers can't get into their tram lines. This looks a bit too quick, if we're honest. Although they come around the final corner pretty nice. Let's see. No, they go round once more. They did slow it down, but presumably just not quite in time. And so we get a second formation lap, which we would usually expect to have anywho. Word on Lucas Essa overtaking under the yellow flag is the reason for his demotion to the back of the grid. Always interesting to see the drivers stay in formation during a second formation lap. You'd think they'd want their tyres in slightly better shape, a bit more up to heat, although for this time of year they're certainly not struggling too much compared to normal, as they are just in towards the infield now. We wait for them to come through Osiers and now onto the back straight, and we shouldn't be too far away from a start. And the key this time is going to be get yourselves in order before the boot. And of course these drivers got themselves in a spot of bother at GYG when it took them, well, they had 3 attempts at a start in the heat, didn't get it right, and then they had another 3 attempts in the pre-final before Matt Daniels got fed up and sent the front row starters to the back. So I think the riot act may have been read pre-race. They're a little quick. Is it too quick? That's the question. Let's see. They're in their tram lines. It looks good. Seems like we're getting a start. Harley Drake's just trying to push his kart to go. And into oblivion they go, and through the second corner, and then off. 2 karts off back there, and it looks like we've got... No, Drake has made it into the lead, and round the outside for second through Christmas corner there. A fantastic move. It appears Redpath, that is, up in a second. It is indeed behind Harley Drake, and Hamilton for the moment down to third, and Oscar Roach waiting in fourth. Of course, for Oscar Roach being back a little bit on the grid, it effectively rules him out of that mathematical championship contention that he still had coming in. As round they come for the first time. Drake, Redpath, Hamilton, Roach. And Lucas Essa, meanwhile, up to 6th from the back. And it appears as if, so we've seen 1-1-1, that's Jakob Zulk come across the line. Jakob Zulk, we should say. So it appears if it was Neo Luiso and Freddie Budd with the 2 that went off over in turn 2 there. Just at the exit of Oblivion, they come round the hairpin there and back in towards the infield. And we see a replay of that start and the tangle towards the back. And Redpath here much closer to Drake as we look at the live action. Drake pulls out a little bit of a gap as they come through the final complex there. And if anything, it's Hamilton that has just pulled a little bit closer towards Redpath. Up they go, up the hill. And the move being made, we say towards the back there, but that's actually towards the front. It's a 6-kart pack at the front. And a move there made into the hairpin. And that's a pass made by Oscar Roach on Rory Hamilton there. Up into third place he goes through Ashby, and now they come. We've got to get a flag actually at the start-finish line, so we've missed something towards oblivion there. As back round they come. Hamilton actually looks closest to making a repass there on Roach as they continue their scrap for third place. They come back up the hill. Hamilton, does he have the juice up there is really the question. He has enough to stay close, but not to make any kind of move. And Harley Drake, as it stands, just appears to have a little bit of the legs on Redpath. Although we say that, it's 4/10 on our timing screens, but Redpath at the moment having a pretty good middle sector. Drake was a little slow coming onto the back straight there, and Redpath chooses not to make the move. Could have easily done so, was nudging Drake there into the boot. And through they come round Pit Bend. And they're right close together now. The top four right together. Lucas Esser still very close to making a move. The fifth on Carter Inskip Clarkson. And it's really any of them that could win this race from here. Ashton Redpath gets a contact warning. And that's presumably going to be for the way that he rather, shall we say, bump drafted Drake into the boot there. Very, very close to a move. Roach is there, close to a move as well. There's a hair's breadth separating each of them in that top six. And here we go again. Redpath got as close as he could there. Not sure, he certainly, if he did nudge him, that it certainly wasn't as much as he did last time by. Now a move potentially going in. No, Roach bails out of that there. He was looking there at Redpath, who once again has a track limit warning. And a potential move here for third. It's actually, in the end, more of a defensive move. Hamilton there, well, now he might be out of position potentially into Ashby, as Inskip Clarkson might have had the up and under, but defending the position well enough there was Rory Hamilton. Bit further back of this group, we have Ruben Jenkins in 7th, ahead of that's William Heath. As they battle closely, looks as if they're, that's Jenkins actually pulled away a bit from Heath. They come across the line, still as they were in that top six. The gap 2.5 tenths between Drake and Redpath, and Drake, if anything, you just wonder if he's keeping something in reserve. You just wonder if he's trying to do the least he needs to win. Of course, the key element here in the Daniel Ricciardo Series is the fact you have to use your tyres, the same set, through all qualifying and the heats, through to the grand final. And it's always a consideration for these drivers. So Drake, once again, slow going on. And this time Redpath does look to make a move, and he makes it stick. And a move for second. Oh, and they're 3 wide coming out of the boot. And someone's going to lose out big time. And over the bumps goes Harley Drake. And they're 3 wide and almost crowded out there was Carter Inskip Clarkson. Somehow there might have been light contact, but you have to say that was pretty good driving all around as they continue to go up the hill and fight up there and just try to see who it is that's made that move into second. As we see the replay, so Redpath making that move in the boot put Drake in all sorts of hot water, and he was left out to dry on the outside and then really took the curb big time on the exit as Hamilton and Inskip Clarkson were both trying to make the move. The end result is that Hamilton is now third, Inskip Clarkson is back to 6th, Esser is ahead of him now, and Roach is 4th with Hamilton back in the 3rd and trying to challenge Drake. But what it means, most importantly in terms of the race win, is that Redpath, through timing that move to perfection, is up and gone. And the big concern for Drake, we were talking about whether or not he was trying to play the percentages and trying to win the race while keep something in reserve for the future races. But the vulnerable area for him was always going to be coming out of Ogiers and through that little right-hander at the exit of that corner and onto the back straight. Redpath always looked like if he was going to make a move, it was going to be there, and he made it finally. And now the battle is for second with Drake and Hamilton. Hamilton that time goes to the outside. Drake has the position protected. Hamilton there just trying to set himself up for a better run through the boot and pit bend as we come through that final corner once again. Pretty even Stevens they remain, but you have to say, when all that battling went on between them, the only thing that I think the stewards might have a point of contention about is the way Drake went over the curb. But I think his argument over that would be that he did it to avoid an accident, and he might have a case on that one. As there's a move for 5th place. They're still side by side over there, so Roach has clearly lost the position there, to Lucas Esser, and well, now that there's a move being made back, they're changing positions left and right. So it's now Roach back in 4th, Inskip Clarkson back in 5th, and Esser back down to 6th. So that all started going up towards Christmas Corner, and now a move being made by Esser, and I think he's got the position going into turn 1. Let's see how they come out of 2 and up the hill. It is indeed Esser that's made the move and is back in front of Carter and Skip Clarkson. 2 laps to go. And even with Redpath making that move that has really carved his path to victory without any kind of fight afterwards, but back in 4th place, they're still really going at it hammer and tongs. Settles down for the moment, and now the closest battle at the front appears to be between Drake and Hamilton. We've not really seen any sign of a move from Hamilton for a while there. Further back down the field, Ruben Jenkins has now pulled away from Will Heath. Jakob Sunt is now ahead of Kai Sidhu for 9th. And of course we had that accident earlier on at on the first lap for Neo Luito and Freddie Bird, and they have not taken any further part in the race. Drake really pulling in on Redpath on this final lap, not suggesting that he's going to make a move. I think that's Redpath just keeping watching eyes. Here comes the move from Hamilton. And he's bailed out of it there, and they continue to race a 4th as Esser gets ahead of Roach, and now Clarkson's going to try and make the move, but Roach holds the line, and so Redpath wins. Drake is 2nd. Rory Hamilton tried the move and it didn't work out going into the boot, and it's Lucas Esser who, in a real ding-dong battle with Oscar Roach, eventually coming out on top as Roach beats Carter and Skip Clarkson for 5th place. So in the end, we have an Academy driver on the podium, an Academy driver firmly among that lead battle. And all round, a fantastic race. You do wonder, of course, if there'll be any action taken as a result of that big melee that happened coming onto the pit straight. And of course, further down the pit straight at one point, they went 3 wide and there might have been contact, but I think in that situation, you probably have to give the drivers a bit of credit for things not being any worse. They kept it pointing in the right direction in a scenario where the racing is as close as that. That's really what matters the most. We'll see if there's any further judgment on that other than what we believe to be the correct call. But for now, as we said, it is Ashton Redpath the winner, Harley Drake 2nd, and Rory Hamilton in 3rd. And all of the top 6 really providing us there with a fantastic heat race.
Racing lap. What do you want, Pete? Want another? Yeah. I'll take it down. You can have your race lap.
And I agree.
Mine the furniture.
To you.
To you, to me, to you, to me.
I'll get this down, you do it for me.
Here's the legs, mate.
Oh, it won't get extra now, it's all after.
Time for our DRS 125 heat, and it is safe to say that if these drivers could produce half the action they did at GYG, this should be an absolute thriller. Sam Faulkner, of course, we've been talking championship throughout proceedings this afternoon, as we've got one driver still yet to come out of the away from the dummy grid, we should say. That is Oliver Owen. He is now out on track safely, but worth noting, of course, Sam Faulkner already having the championship wrapped up in DRS 125, the dominant force in the category, very much a veteran and the marker to beat at any Daniel Ricciardo Series race weekend. Not to say that he can't be beaten, And we've seen some wins for Ethan Critchley. We've also seen some very good results for the likes of Oliver Owen and Henry Foote throughout the course of the season. Foote, of course, actually moving up from DRS 100 and acquitting himself exceptionally well. Oliver Owen here has himself a very, very tricky time of getting up to the grid for the start. One suspects that he'll struggle just to get to the back of the grid in time, let alone make it into his grid position. He's just going through Ashby now. Meanwhile, the pack are slowing it down and just heading towards the boot. Here comes Owen, just catching them up. It would be quite forceful, you think, to try and take your position, but he's going to try. And they are seemingly going to be kind to him. Well, the big relief, as you may already have noticed, for Oliver Owen is that they're going to go round again. So that will remove any discussion about where Oliver Owen will start. And so Sam Faulkner will have to bring them round again. So they're going towards the infield, and we should now not be too far away from a start. Once again, Faulkner will slow them down significantly along the back straight. Owen, of course, back in 8th. Actually demoted 4 places. That presumably would have been 4 track limits in qualifying. That was the rule in the driver's briefing, that it was going to be 4 places or a deletion of your best lap time. It may well be that that deletion was worth 4 places. Either way, we are ready for a start, and Faulkner will lead them down. We're looking good. We are good. Here we go. Side by side they go into oblivion, and now through Crooked. Very hard for us to tell from the TV screen in front of us, such is the glare of the sun, but Faulkner is in the lead going up the hill, and a move being made for second place. Looks as if there it was Foote that actually managed to retain that position on the inside. And here they go, still side by side. Bit of a move there, run wide and contact for second place. And that's gonna, that could lead to a retirement potentially. That's a contact there then between Henry Foote and Ethan Critchley, and it appears as if it's 3-3-6. It's Foote that's come off the worst of it as Critchley comes over the line in second, and that was just a big dive being made to the inside of Ashby, and then the crisscross move on the exit resulting in contact. What it has done to the race as a whole is it's given Sam Faulkner a pretty big lead out in front, and Ethan Critchley has himself in a pretty good position as far as second place goes. He's comfortably ahead now of Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who is at the head of a huge queue in the fight for third. So we're just trying to see that move. We're seeing it from the back angle. So it was the move from 3-3-6, flouting the curb and then contact. And we see it now. We're going to see it again from the top of the hill, the camera position that we have up at Christmas. And then we cut away and back to the live feed. But it looked as if, again, hard to tell just from the screen we have and the way we have it with the sun being as strong as it is today, what it looked like, it was Foote making the big dive on Critchley and then trying to do the up and under was Critchley, and there was contact as they cut round the corner and on the exit. We may have had that the wrong way around though. It may have been vice versa on that. Either way, It is Oliver Owen that is now up into third place, and he has a 4 tenths gap as they come up the hill to Oscar Walmsley-Jones there, 3-3-3. And the main battle now is going to be for 5th place. It's a fight between 4 drivers, and it looks like that's Tom Snape, it appears, trying to make the move going into Ashby. Not happening there. And through they come back down the back straight. Faulkner looks as if he's increasing his lead. Ethan Critchley, it appears, is growing more and more vulnerable to Owen behind. And Walmsley-Jones keeping in touch there. Snape looks like he's the one that's closest to a move in the fight for 6th between he and Tommy Welsh. And they're looking for a move, it's Christmas, but the door's shut. Numerous track limit warnings we're seeing on our screens right now. Daniel Weir, I believe it was Walmsley-Jones that showed up just a moment ago. It was indeed. As once again they come down the back straight. As they were, looks like the gap in the battle for 5th has kind of evened out between the 4 drivers that are contesting it. Faulkner continuing to pull away. His gap over Ethan Critchley now at 1.8 seconds. As Owen continues to close in, the gap there for 2nd and 3rd is 6 tenths. Closest battle continues to be for 6th place, although actually on the last one they crossed the line as there's a move being made there by Snape, and the door once again shut, that time into the boot. As Snape continues to stalk Welsh. Meanwhile, further back in the field, there's a move actually made there by Thomas Dackins in 10th place. He had real problems in qualifying before, stopping out on circuit. But getting ahead of Mark Lawrence for 10th place. Of course, Dackins is our lone novice in this field. And the gap now for Faulkner is 2 seconds. As here comes a move, and Oliver Owen really catching up to Ethan Critchley on that lap. The gap was 4 tenths over the line, and this time it's probably still about 4 tenths, but the whole reason is because Owen was that close and really losing the time by making that move going into the boot. And someone off there, just at the exit of Crook. Is that Oliver Owen? Trying to see, it is indeed number 1. We were trying to spot if it was number 1. It's a part of the track that we can't see with the naked eye. And Oliver Owen, just as he was in the fight for 2nd place, stopped. And so now the big fight is the 3rd, and that's that multi-kart fight that is now being led by Walmsley-Jones. And behind him, it's Weir, it's Snape, and then Welsh. So really now top 2 are clear. Sam Faulkner's got himself a track limit warning. Critchley is also popping up with one on our screen. You're comfortable, boys. Just keep it between the white lines and you're fine. You've got this sewn up. But if you're in the battle for 3rd place, you still want to try and stick between the white lines, but you've certainly got more reasons to try and take liberties. No move looking there, but it is now firmly a 4-driver battle. And over the line they go. It's still Walmsley-Jones leading Weir, leading Snape, leading Welsh. Just a 10th, and now a move. Here we go. Weir has made it and made it stick, and actually Walmsley-Jones has not only lost out to Weir, he's lost out to Tom Snape too, and now here comes Welsh, and it might have been a bit of contact down there at Ashby. And that's horrendous there for Oscar Walmsley-Jones, who not only loses all those positions, but gets himself a penalty as well. And there is that Critchley. Critchley slowing down. They're all dropping out towards the front, except from Sam Faulkner. And now the big battle is for second place. So Critchley stopped on the back straight. We continue to watch the fight for second on the TV screens. Snape is all over the back of Weir and making the move on the exit towards the outside. Can he make it stick? No, he couldn't make it stick on the next left-hander, and now he's losing position, so there could be contact there. As Oscar Walmsley-Jones looks like he's trying to bring himself back into the battle, and now it's a five-way fight for second. And it's number 8, Welsh, back on top. So here we go. Snake tried to make the move around the outside. In reality, it was probably just too ambitious, and he actually give Dan Weir some credit there. He left some room for Tom Snape there. It was all Snape's making that he went off the track. Fight continuing for second. There's a little bit of a buffer there for Welsh, but behind Weir, you couldn't put a sheet of paper between them. Here they come onto the back straight. Looked as if there Weir wanted to and does protect his position. I thought he might try and hook the inside, but he's able to take his racing line, and they spread out a little bit, actually going through the boot. And we are now on to our last lap. Sam Faulkner leads by 8.5 seconds. Even by his standards, that's unheard of. And the big fight continues for second place. And going into Ashby, it's still Welsh that has it, but Weir is right with, looks like Snape has made a move on Oscar Walmsley-Jones, and into fourth he goes, and onto the back stretch and back into our view they come, as Faulkner takes the flag. It's going to be Welsh second, it's going to be Weir third, it's going to be Snape fourth. What a race that was for what should have been fourth, but was then for third, and then finally for second. And it's Tommy Welsh with what is really the moral victory. You could almost forget that Sam Faulkner was in that race. Such was his dominance. The final margin of victory, 9.2 seconds, good as 9.3 in reality. And then that big fight in the end for second goes the way of Tommy Welsh. Daniel Weir in third, Tom Snape fourth, Kurt Bardry in fifth, and Oscar Walmsley-Jones in sixth. And Walmsley-Jones actually lost 2 places there going towards the last lap. And the gap between those 5, it looked about 1.5 seconds, according to what we can make out on the timing screens. What a race that was. As dominant a victory as you'll see by Daniel Ricciardo Series standards, but behind an absolute thriller throughout. We said if it was half as good as what we saw at GYG, it was going to be quite something, and that is exactly what it was. Fantastic stuff in the 125 heat race. And next up, it is the 100s. Ratford versus Robinson for the title. Race 1, they share the front row.
Once you've got them on the trolleys, you four, take your plugs out, please. What's that?
roll over. It's like cognitive, yeah? Each race is its own little event, okay? I'm not going to be very happy if you do it all the time. Every grid has now been told about that.
Time now for our DRS 100 heat race. This is our final race of the morning, and it is also the first time that we see the battle royale between the two championship contenders. At one point we did see actually Charlie Rackford following Jack Robinson around in qualifying before he then went on to take pole position. So clearly a bit of studying going on during qualifying, just to figure out, well, if I do find myself behind Robinson in the race, then where am I going to find any weaknesses in him? Drivers being asked to slow down. Don't believe there is any intention that they were wanting to start this time by. And so it'll be next time that we get a start, and they're already in formation going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And of course, going to be key with these two being on the front row. Some of the talk during the driver's briefing was that those on the front row, particularly the pole sitter, they're encouraged not to try and get a head start through pit bend in order to make sure that they can safely get into their tram lines. That might be something to watch during the start. They now get themselves slowed down. Coming on to and through the back straight. More calls from the marshals for the drivers to slow themselves down, and they don't particularly seem to be adhering to it, although now as they go through the second part of the boot, it's a little better. And they come through the final corner. Now, will we get a start? Ratford is not going to try and steal a march yet. Here we go, we're racing. And Ratford getting a good bump there from Sherry-Ann Powell, and it means that he will lead. Going through Oblivion and Crook, and up the hill we go, and he immediately takes the defensive line, and it looks like he's held the position as we go now down towards Ashby. And it actually appears as if Sherry-Ann Powell, that good jump that inside row got, actually hurt Jack Robinson there a little bit, because it's Powell we can see that is in a second and Robinson third. And then fourth place is our 155. And here they come, first time round. Ratford looking behind. You can tell that he is on the defensive. Fourth place there is, that's Kai Newman well up there, and then Nyron Evans doing a good job of improving from his qualifying position up into fifth. Down they come towards Ashby once again. Everybody line astern for the moment. And through they go and back into our sight. Sherry-Ann Powell taking a big amount of curb there. And a bit of a bad run through the boot there for Kai Newman. Daniela Sutton now is the one right behind Newman, looking to try and challenge for fourth place. Here's the move from Sherry-Ann Powell into the lead. So she wants to disrupt the championship battle. She has every right to do so, of course. She's got the pace. As there was a big kerfuffle there for fourth, and looked like Daniela Sutton there making the move and getting a penalty instantly for that move. And there is that move, very clean move from Sherry-Ann Powell into turn one. Now here we go, Powell now leading Ratford. Robinson and Sutton of course not in the good books. It's actually an advantage really to the top three, as here comes Ratford back making that move up the hill and into Christmas Corner, and it's Ratford back in the lead. And Powell almost there, not quite getting the run through and a move. Is that Daniela? No, that's Ratford, excuse me. I was wondering how Daniela Sutton rocketed up there. So Ratford holding on to the lead and actually putting out a bit of a gap there as Powell holds on to second ahead of Robinson. Now, what we were going to say a moment ago is that the way that this race is going, and we'll see how it goes up the hill here. Well, it won't happen this time because Ratford has a big enough lead. But what we saw at GYG was that if you were in second going onto the back, onto the big long straight there, you really were the one with the advantage. Not quite the same here, although it did look that way for those first couple of laps when we saw those two moves to the lead. So we've had a bit of a tangle further back in the pack. One of our novices is involved in that one. It looks like Hamilton, it is indeed, losing several places. And the fight now, so Ratford had stolen a bit of a march, and the fight now is for second, third and fourth. And it's really only the second, so here was a move further back as Sutton tried to, and it was a tangle. Daniela Sutton was hit from behind by the 155 there, it appeared, Newman, and then he spun out, and it looked as if Hamilton there was collected. Sherry-Ann Powell getting a track limit warning Might well have been the other way round, though, so what we called that incident. Again, our TV screens, the glare, making it hard to see at times, and we don't have the full view of the circuit like we did at Little Rissington. They come back round again. Radford really, you have to say, has this race in his pocket. Almost a second now to Sherry-Ann Powell, and the big battle is going to be the second. Robinson really, for the championship, needs to get past Sherry-Ann Powell. Has 4 minutes to do it. As they come around the infield, through Oshers onto the back straight. Daniela Sutton just beginning to drop away from that pair. Oh, and Powell nearly getting out of shape into the boot and getting not the best line through there. Not sure that Robinson is in a position to take advantage, however. They cross the line. The gap virtually identical, while Radford's lead now as good as 1.2 seconds. Robinson now will make the move, and Robinson takes second place. And Robinson's job now is to pull away as best as he can from Sherry-Ann Powell. And see, you suspect that 3 minutes is not enough time to make any kind of inroads into Radford, but certainly the aim will be to pull away from Sherry-Ann Powell and make sure that the damage done to the championship is just those 2 points in the difference between first and second. Daniela Sutton tried to hold on to that pair, but of course she has a penalty for an earlier incident, so really the top three you would think are just about set, although you have to say, as we see a penalty there for Isaac Kite coming up on the timing screens. But Robinson not able to make any inroads on Radford, and actually still with Sherry-Ann Powell within striking distance. Further back, Liam Karabelov is in 5th place ahead of Dorian Malik and Benjamin Baker. Nyron Evans is the leading novice driver in 8th. And actually that on that lap, we've seen Baker get ahead, and now Powell looking to make the move into Christmas Corner, and Powell makes the move. Robinson looked like he was going to try and hold it around the outside. Now does it set up a move going into Ashby? No, it won't. A minute and a half to go. Daniela Sutton is still in the picture. Now, while she's not in the picture for her own results, she can certainly disrupt Robinson's progress here. But it looks, if anything, like Robinson was close to making the move on Powell into the boot, but it doesn't quite happen that time. Radford's lead is stabilised now. It's 1 point. Actually, Sherry-Ann Powell. Sherry-Ann Powell, of course, we noted her move. She made the move going into Christmas Corner, and she's now on the defensive against Robinson. But with Robinson now falling back to third, the gap for Radford is 1.8 seconds. It does seem as if Robinson is the quicker driver of that trio, but just can't get into position to make a move. Almost going side by side there into the boot. But not quite to be. Now Sutton just falling back slightly. So we've got 16 seconds to go. So this should be the penultimate lap. Once again, a track limit warning for Isaac Kite, who we believe already has a penalty. And we do indeed have the 2 laps to go. And this time Robinson will make the move into the boot, and there's contact. Oh, it was half-hearted there from Jack Robinson. Powell had the pace into the corner at the line, and not only is that cost Robinson momentum, you wonder if there might be a penalty coming his way. Up the hill, back they go. Does Robinson have the pace up the hill? I think he's too far back. I think he lost himself the momentum. And there's a big slide there in the battle of fifth. That's Karabelov and Baker. And Karabelov was all out of shape. And now the question is, will there be 4 points or 2 points in this race? Ratford, well clear, coming into the... And now here comes the move again from Robinson, and once again, he has to bail out. It's going to be Charlie Ratford that draws first blood in the championship battle, as Sherry-Ann Powell takes second, and Jack Robinson is third. Daniela Sutton at the moment is fourth, but has a penalty, so could still be a drop down the field. Then a bit further back in fifth is Liam Karabelov, all out of shape into Griffith's corner on that final lap, but took fifth ahead of Benjamin Baker, with Dorian Malik in seventh and Nyrin Evans, the leading novice, in eighth. Benjamin Hamilton had a shout of being the leading novice, but got caught up in an accident over at Ashby early on in the race, and he fell back to 13th. But in the battle that really is taking centre stage here today, it's Charlie Ratford that draws first blood with a win in our heat race, and Robinson not able to take second place from Sherry-Ann Powell, and that means that we've got a pretty big, it's actually the 6 points, of course. So Ratford, on the basis of that result, actually, if you take away the drop scores, I believe that actually nudges Ratford into the championship lead for the moment. So that we'll do the maths, of course, over lunch, because we are just about to head to the break. But that has been quite a fantastic morning indeed. If anything, it was probably the 100s that provided the least drama on track, but with that championship battle taking centre stage, the tension sure is heightened in that particular category. And in the other two races, we had a good 100 race. Let's not ignore that. It was still a brilliant 100 race, but we had certainly the 62s and the 125s were even better than that. Plenty to take away from that opening morning as we go see the results now on the screen for you. Charlie Ratford the winner, Sherry-Ann Powell in second, Jack Robinson in third. So it is indeed first blood to Ratford in that championship battle, and it will all be decided in a couple of hours on the other side of the break.
contact between the two of them. Oh, there's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Cheryl Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill. Season finale here for our 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series. I think there are a few people probably wishing that we had a longer lunch, myself among them, but we are back and ready to do business out on the track with our DRS 62s. And their pre-final, and well, they created quite a spectacle indeed earlier on. Ashton Redpath made the move on Harley Drake, and then behind it was absolute bedlam. Some 5 drivers disputed second place. Drake in the end managed to claim that. And we're just looking to see, because obviously we haven't even had the chance to check over lunch any penalties that may have taken place. Certainly the result seems to have stood. We don't see any changes to the final results on the timing screens from that 62 heat. So that seems like everything is clear on that front. That is fantastic news. So can indeed see that it's Redpath and Drake on the front row. Of course, one of the biggest stories was Lucas Esser getting himself into trouble in qualifying, as he was sent to the back of the field for overtaking under yellow flags. Did a fantastic job to come back through the field. Actually came back through the field very quickly, did Lucas Esser, and in the end getting himself up into the top 4, so he is in position to have a go at victory in this pre-final. So actually the closest battle ended up being 4-4 that Esser won against Oscar Roach. And Rory Hamilton got himself onto the overall podium, the best of the academy class. And so we've got now just about 2 minutes, I believe, before we get these drivers out onto the track. So this really is the ideal time to talk about the Arrive and Drive Cadet category that the Daniel Ricciardo Series is introducing for 2024. This will allow kids to come and race, provided that they have the necessary equipment that is in accordance with Motorsport UK regulations. There's 2 categories, there's DRS 35 and 45. That accounts for the weights of the different drivers, and the lap times are expected to be about 3 to 4 seconds a lap slower than these DRS 62s. But of course, the big real appeal for the Arrive and Drive categories is that they're going to participate in the same weekend format as the existing owner-driver categories that we have in place at the moment, the 62s, the 100s and the 125s. It's the exact same format, the similar weekend structure. Sometimes, from what we understand, you'll race on the Saturday, sometimes you'll race on the Sunday, and that means you'll be part of the TV streams. It's an absolutely fantastic opportunity, not just to get out there, but to get yourself some real exposure on TV as well, through the streams that we run on YouTube and, of course, on Facebook too. Eligible drivers can race from 7 years old, provided they're in the year of their 8th birthday, and they can race up to the 31st of December of their 13th birthday. So there's the avenue potentially to go from those Arrive and Drive categories, potentially to DRS 100 from there. Those of you that are interested, the first Academy Test Day takes place at Little Wissington on Saturday the 11th of November. Drivers must complete an Academy Test Day and pass their driver evaluation on the day in order to be eligible for their Super KX Motorsport UK race licence. There are further Academy Days scheduled in February and March of next year. For any further information you might want, head over to the championship website, DanielRicciardoSeries.com, and you can find out more about the grand Arrive and Drive plans that the Daniel Ricciardo Series has in place for next season. Back in today's matters and the DRS62, of course, we mentioned at the top of the broadcast earlier on this morning that the championship was still mathematically alive. Oscar Roach still, in theory, able to take it from Ashton Redpath. That now is no longer possible. Roach needed a near perfect weekend in order to do that, and his qualifying and heat race were, by his standards, less than that. The call from Andy is that they'll go one more lap. No start this time by. Gives them an extra chance to get some heat into their tyres, although, as we've mentioned, it is incredibly hot for this time of year. Spare a thought for your favourite poor soul that decided to wear a black long sleeve top in these conditions. Up Christmas corner they go, not far away now from a start. And of course, one of the other orders of the day that is quite relevant outside of what's going to happen on the racetrack here at Whilton Mill is, of course, our 2024 calendar. We'll take you through that between this race and the 125 pre-final that we're going to have coming up for you shortly. And if this race can live up to what we saw earlier on, it could be quite spectacular indeed. Ashton Redpath's move was really made at the critical time and in the critical place, because it basically cut off the fight for the win. Basically, the way he made the move guaranteed that he had the race in the bag from there. But behind him, it was all to play for, and you would expect that in this race it's going to be all to play for, not just for second, but for the win too. So here we go. They're a bit quick coming down to the final corner. No, we get a start. It seemed fast, but we get a start. And Redpath nudging ahead, but Drake is going to go into oblivion first. There they go through the second corner, and it's, yeah, Drake in the lead, although he ran quite wide on the exit. We'll see if anything's made of that one, as now it goes through turn 2 at Christmas corner, and a big fight there. Carter Inskip Clarkson just having a couple of wheels over the white line. There's a quite forceful move to his inside there as they come through for the first time. They come through Ashby and in towards the infield. And it is Drake bringing us on to the back straight. Ahead of Redpath. This is where Redpath made the move in the last race. Lucas Esser into third and Hamilton into fourth. Oscar Roach back in fifth for the moment, and the top four pulling clear. Redpath nose to tail there with Drake. If there was contact, it was minimal. Drake looks vulnerable coming up the hill here. Chance for Redpath to make a move. Drake is going to choose not to defend it. So Redpath gets the position. I think the problem there, if you're Harley Drake, is that if you do try and defend it to the inside there, you leave yourself vulnerable coming through the middle sector, and you're not necessarily just looking at Redpath passing you, you're looking at possibly losing several places. Although that being said, he's actually not really in a good position at the moment, because he's got Lucas Esser now right behind him, although Esser doesn't get a good run coming out of Oshers, and that's going to allow Rory Hamilton the chance to move. Hamilton, however, thinks better of it. They then stay single file as we come across the start-finish line to complete our second lap. And Redpath now just under 4 tenths ahead of Harley Drake. A bit of a problem further back in the field as we switch back to the front now. Somebody sounding not too good. That's Jakob Zult in the 111. Drake, meanwhile, looks like he's made up a little bit of ground on Redpath on this lap, but Lucas Esser looks like he's again in the position to strike. He didn't get a good exit of the out of O'Shea's last time. He does this time. Drake sees the threat coming and protects the potential moving defence against the potential move to the inside just before he goes back to take the racing line. It's smart move, smart driving there from Harley Drake. He didn't fully commit to the defensive line, but he committed to it enough to let Lucas Esser know that the move wasn't really on. And not only did he achieve that, he also got himself in position to pass Ashton Redpath into Christmas Corner. And he's done exactly that to get back into the lead. And that is why Harley Drake didn't put up the fight earlier, because he knew that if he just slotted back in, he'd get another shot. And that's exactly what he had, and he's taken it this time. But there's still 6 minutes to go, and there's still plenty of time for Ashton Redpath to retake the lead. Pretty even Stevens as they come down the back straight this time. Rory Hamilton just reeling in Lucas Esser a little bit. Esser actually taking a slightly offensive line into the final corner. He wonders if he'll allow Hamilton potentially to get the run down the pit straight. That doesn't happen, and they stay line astern as they come through Oblivion and Crook up the hill. This time it's Esser that looks like he's closest to a move. Redpath is keeping a watching guy. Behind them, Rory Hamilton protects against Carter Inskip Clarkson. Oscar Roach back down in 6th. He's in touch, but even though he's in touch, it's not where he wants to be. Redpath this time close to Drake, and Drake didn't get a particularly good run through the infield there, but he gets a good exit, and the move is going to be for 3rd as Rory Hamilton gets past Lucas Esser. Almost an up and under coming back. There will be one coming back. Oh, Esser could have easily kept his nose in there. He clearly listened to the driver briefing, but he also clouted the curb. And they're going to be side by side going through Oblivion and Crook. And that's really smart driving there. I think that's Carter Inskip Clarkson, it is indeed, who pulled out of the move into Crook. And it sets up something for him going up the hill, but he just doesn't have the grunt to pull it off. Top 3 now, but just pulled away slightly. It's Drake, Redpath, Hamilton. Through the infield they come again. Out of Osiers, and Redpath in a good position, and this time he commits. And he didn't exactly back out of it there. Drake gave him just enough room. That was very good, respectful racing by the pair of them there. But it has cost Ashton Redpath a lot of momentum. It's 7/10 now, the gap between Drake and Redpath. And you wonder if it'll cost Redpath further momentum going up the hill. Move for 3rd potentially. Lucas Esser looks towards the outside, but Rory Hamilton is protecting that place to the inside as they go into Christmas Corner. Might leave him vulnerable into Ashby, but he's ahead for the moment. And now Esser is really... well, they've come back together again. I said the top 3 were pulling away, but now it's still Drake with that little lead. I think it's less than it was about half a lap ago. Now they're all, well, they were all pretty spread out until Oscar Roach made the move. Roach getting ahead there of Carter Inskip Clarkson. And there's actually another driver joining that battle. It's Ruben Jenkins. We were trying to figure that out. Where did he come from? Where he came from was everyone else racing so hard that they kind of backed into him. Down into Ashby they come again. It's now the top 4 that have a little bit of a buffer. Almost a move there from Hamilton to the outside. I think he knew it wasn't really on, and the door was shut anyway. Drake, not the best of exits. Redpath once again gives him a little bit of a barge down the back straight. That looked a bit more evident there in terms of the contact. There was a warning for Redpath in the heat race for a similar move to that. He's been playing with that move on a few occasions. See him go back up the hill again. It's a three-way fight for 2nd. Hamilton I don't think so much they're looking to the inside of Redpath as he is looking to protect the inside from Lucas Esser. Around Ashby they come, into the infield. It's a pretty good run for Redpath through the first of those two corners. And he gets the exit once again. Drake protects the position. That time Drake firmly committed to the defensive line. Redpath is going to try and get the up and under going into the final quarter. I think he was going to try and look for a surprise move. Try and catch out Harley Drake. But that wasn't going to happen. And now we've got just under a minute to go. And it's potentially a 7-way fight for the win. Ruben Jenkins is not exactly out of this. Once again, Hamilton protects the inside of Christmas Corner as he defends against Lucas Esser. Better run for Hamilton then through Ashby as he closes in slightly on Redpath, but Redpath has been really good through these two infield corners, and once again, he's in position out of Osiers, but Drake gets a spare. No, not quite as good a run actually, but once again, he sticks to that defensive line. If the move is going to be made anywhere, he's going to make it into the boot, but Drake is doing a really good job of holding the position there, and he's constantly getting the run out of Crook up the hill. Should be 2 laps from here. It is indeed the penultimate lap. Here goes Hamilton again, making that same move, but just doesn't have the grunt up the hill to really pressure Redpath. So it's actually the offensive move that he's looking to make, but Esser might have him here into Ashby. He does. He set that up really well, did Lucas Esser. Positioning his kart through the left-hand flick on the exit of Christmas and into Inkermans, but Hamilton, oh, no, he did get him back. He did get him back for Osiers, and that's going to create a bit of a gaggle to allow the top 2 to pull away. Drake that time with a better run through that complex into the boot. And Lucas has to look for third, but he's lost it on the exit. And are we going to see a move? Yes, we are, to the inside. Roach takes advantage, and Esser falls back several places as we start the final lap. Harley Drake just about has the advantage he needs over Redpath. The question is going to be if he can hold it through the infield. It's all over the place for third. And it actually looks like, is it still Hamilton there? It appears to be. And so now Hamilton looks like he's actually pretty safe there in third. It's all about the top 2 now. Drake trying to protect. Redpath gets alongside him. It's going to be who can break the latest. Redpath tries. He's going to try and hold it. They make contact. They just about keep it together. Redpath has the inside. And he's kept it. Drake off track. Could be a photo finish. No, Redpath wins it. What a fantastic move. He did just enough around the outside in the first part of the boot. He did enough there to have the line for the second part, that right-hander. And even though there was contact, I think really, if anything, that's probably fair racing. Redpath had the corner there, and that is how great round of applause there for Ashton Redpath, and rightly so. Making the move around the outside, committing to the inside. We're actually seeing them come out of the final corner here. But committing to that move around the outside, gave him the line for the inside, and it was very well made. And Redpath knew he had to be deep on the brakes there because he had the inferior line through the first part of the boot, and he made that move spectacularly. I was having a conversation actually. I walked the track with Matt, the clerk of the course this morning, asking what chance is there of a move like that where the driver tries to hold it round the outside but then doesn't give up when they're on the inside for the second part. But Redpath stuck it out so well around the outside. He wasn't in a position where he needed to give it up in the second part. Fantastic move, great way to decide the race. Rory Hamilton did hold on to third in the end. Lucas Lesser lost all that momentum but came back to claim fourth ahead of Oscar Roach, and then Carter Inskett Clarkson rounded out our top six. Ruben Jenkins in the end did drop back a little bit from the top six, but he was in the frame for a little bit there. Fantastic race for him, and a great race all around in our DRS 62 pre-final. And next up, it's the 125s, hoping to provide even more drama.
Yeah, all right, buddy.
Right, this looks good on camera.
What you doing, mate?
All right. Give you a double one. Come on.
Time for our 1-2-5 pre-final now, and all the story really in the heat race was mechanical gremlins. Faulkner ended up winning that race by some 9.2 seconds after problems for Oliver Owen first of all, and then Ethan Critchley, both of them breaking down. Owen running third at the time, and then Critchley falling foul of those gremlins while running in second place. And that meant that Sam Faulkner had it all his own way up front. But behind, it was a real scrap for second place. Some 5 drivers involved in it. And the end result was that Tommy Welsh was second ahead of Daniel Weir. And Kurt Forgy in the end moving up to fourth. There were a few penalties actually coming out of that one. Tom Snake was among that, but penalised. And Oscar Walmsley-Jones was among them too, but also penalised. It's perhaps not a surprise, a lot of elbows out in that particular battle. I think certainly that those marshals out on the circuit going to be hoping for less to do in this one. So they look pretty good in terms of coming round for a start. Doesn't look like they're too quick. The request is simply spread yourselves out so you can be in your tram lines. And Sam Faulkner now will bring them down. This looks good. We're going to get a start. Very close quarters going through Oblivion towards the back of the field, but Faulkner gets away well up the hill. Big move going towards the back of the field. Tom Snake there having to protect his position going into a Christmas corner. As Faulkner now is ahead. And it looks like Tommy Welsh for now is slotted into second place. And they come through the boot for the first time. And Faulkner taking advantage of an unexpected name being behind him as we come across the start-finish line. It is 7 tenths between them. Ethan Critchley with a fantastic start is already up to 4th place. And he's making the move now for 3rd. Looking to get ahead of Dan Weir, and he does. Welsh will hold 2nd for now. And the aim really for Critchley here is going to be make the move as soon as you can into 2nd and see if you've got anything for Sam Faulkner. If you don't, hold on to your tyres, because the 1-2-5s, this tends to be the category where the tyre wear makes the most difference. 2nd time by, and Faulkner's lead is now 1.1 seconds. And Critchley is in striking distance as we come out of Crook. And the pass for 2nd place should be a routine one. There was almost, however, a little bit of trouble for Tommy Welsh as he almost had the back end come around. Big move being made into Ashby there towards the middle of the pack. And actually here, Welsh is at risk of losing several places. That's Oliver Owen already right up to the back of him from the back of the field. Didn't bail out of the move, but they got through the corner safely. Owen now really just setting himself up for the run up the hill. Faulkner's lead over Critchley is already 1.5 seconds. Snake trying to make the move early going up the hill. Naturally, Oliver Owen doesn't get the run up there. Looks like Tommy Welsh keeps hold of 3rd place for now. They come down the hill in towards Ashby there and through, and a good exit there for Owen. He might have a look down the inside of the left-hander, but doesn't. Will set himself up instead for the exit of Osiers. And Welsh there protects the position. Oh, move now to the inside of the final corner. And Oliver Owen has made it stick, and it's cost Welsh the position to Daniel Weir too. And it's also going to cost him further momentum up the hill. We should see Henry Foote in the picture trying to make a move here. And there he goes. And next up to pass Tommy Welsh is Tom Snape. Looks like Critchley has enough in him to hold Sam Faulkner, but any more than that we will have to wait and see, as we now have 5.5 minutes to go. So the two that broke down in the heat race are back where they were before they broke down. And here comes a move now. Oh, all sorts of out of shape there for Henry Foote. And he doesn't end up holding it there through Christmas corner. Got a track limit warning for Sam Faulkner. And interestingly, Critchley on the last lap, 3/10 faster than Faulkner. And it looks like it's a little bit less at this point. And while the main battle on the circuit is for 4th place, there's certainly no question that, well, Critchley's closing in big time. It's now 0.8 of a second, and with 4 minutes to go, Sam Faulkner needs to respond. Further back, here's the move that's Owen spun around. We've been waiting for that sort of thing to happen for a bit. It was Tommy Welsh that time that got himself spun around, it appears. Yes, that's Snape, and then is that... No, that's Welsh to the outside. That's Kurt Fodry that's tried to make the move, and he's gotten himself spun around. Our apologies. And as they come round to complete this lap, it looks like less than 0.8 between the two leaders. It is, but it's not that much less. It's nearly 0.7. Oliver Owen, meanwhile, 3 seconds off the leading duo. Henry Foote, meanwhile, has picked himself up a penalty. And so he runs in 4th place at the moment. He's trying to reel in Oliver Owen, but of course, if that's for track limits, that penalty, that means he's going to lose 4 places. It's Tom Snape that's closest to making a move at the moment. He is trailing Daniel Weir, and that battle is for 6th place. Critchley is still closing in on Faulkner. It's a 10th between them on that lap as Tom Snape looks to make the move here on Dan Weir. Now Critchley has gained a lot of time on this lap. He's right behind Sam Faulkner now. And now you'd be surprised if this is Faulkner's tyres already showing wear. You suspect it's more Ethan Critchley going gung-ho and potentially hurting his chances in the grand final. They cross the line, and it's 1/4 of a second, 2.5 tenths. Even Stevens up the hill. He's close, but not close enough for a move. But with just under 2 minutes to go, he's got the time to set it up, and he might go for it into here. No, not quite Faulkner. They both took a lot of curb there, really, going through Inkermans there, and now through the infield. And Faulkner gets a pretty good exit out of Oshers. That big curb out of Oshers is giving a lot of drivers a lot of problems. It's setting up passes into the boot. Faulkner's resistance is firm so far. 1 minute and 20 to go. This may well be... Oh, here we go. Move Critchley for the lead. And Sam Faulkner doesn't put up too much of a fight. Whether that's because he knows he can get him back, or because he just doesn't have... Well, it could be that. It could be that he wants to try and save the title for the grand final, of course. That's really got to be the question here. Was Critchley going for broke? If he is, then it'll do the business here, that's for sure. 50 seconds to go. Now, it's going to be very close. As well, they take 10 seconds off, so this should be the penultimate lap, but we'll keep an eye on the timing screens. It looks like Critchley has the legs on him, Faulkner not in position, and a big move for third. Big move for third there as Henry Foote has got past Oliver Owen, and we didn't see it on the screen, but from the naked eye, it looked like he made that move from a mile away. It just looked as if Oliver Owen didn't get the run up the hill. He's got a good run coming out of Osiers. Big slide there from Henry Foote. Faulkner's back on Critchley though. We're showing last lap now. We're showing last lap on the screen. And Faulkner is very close to even Critchley, but he doesn't have the run up the hill. And the fight for third sees Henry Foote protect the place from Oliver Owen. And Tom Snape doing likewise against Dan Weir. And now the move for third. And Foote held the inside, but it's allowed Owen to get ahead on the exit there of Ashby. Critchley looks like he has it won if he just holds it through the final corners. And Snape, oh, someone dropped back. That's a 3-2-9, Daniel Weir. So here we go, Critchley wins. And it's Oliver Owen in third. And then it's Snape in fourth. What has happened to Henry Foote? Henry Foote crossed the line in sixth. So clearly a problem on the last lap. That must have been a result of that move that happened back at Ashby. And so he tumbles down the order as a result. But that, once again, I mean, that threatened to be a less eventful race simply because of the big lead that Sam Faulkner had early on, with the likes of Critchley and Owen coming back through the field. It really gave Faulkner a bit of a march on the field. But in the end, it made no difference because Ethan Critchley stormed through, overtook Sam Faulkner, and Faulkner for once had no response. And it's Ethan Critchley on the day that his dad swims the channel who takes the win here in the DRS 125 pre-final. It's Oliver Owen who reclaims the podium position that he lost in the heat in third. And then Tom Snape in the end getting into fourth ahead of Dan Weir after Henry Foote's problems on the final lap. So that in the end, what looked like we might be heading for a bit of an anti-climax. Nothing of the sort as Ethan Critchley went and hunted down Sam Faulkner and got him. Next up should be an absolute thriller. We're going to head over to the 100s once again, where of course now Charlie Radford has taken the championship lead. It's actually a 4-point lead as it stands over Jack Robinson, but we'll bring you up to speed with what's happened there throughout the course, well, right before we build up to that 100 pre-final. But for now, we're going to take a couple minutes break.
Okay, guys, so what we want, please, so we can go out, do that, and then we need to slow it right down, okay, and make sure we're slow, and you're in your tram lines, please. Have a great race.
Just a moment to go before our DRS 100 drivers are back out on track, and we resume the battle royale between Charlie Ratford and Jack Robinson, in which, as we mentioned a moment ago, Ratford now holds the advantage by 4 points. Big moment there, being Sherry Ann Powell getting in front of Jack Robinson in that heat race there. Just go through the 2024 calendar, because we've not mentioned that yet today. We begin, of course, on the 23rd and 24th of March at Shennington, same place we began this year. Then we head to Landau on the 20th and 21st of April. Hooton Park is a little bit earlier this year. It's round 3 on the 18th and 19th of May. Then it's Clay Pigeon on the 15th and 16th of June, followed by Little Rissington on the 20th and the 21st of July. Then we head to Rowra. That's a return to the schedule for that circuit, 17th and 18th of August there, before we finish with the same 2 circuits as before. GYG, the 21st and the 22nd of September, and then Whilton Mill, 5th and 6th of October. So those last 2 rounds virtually the same. Very little change actually overall in the calendar. One exception being Hooton Park a little earlier, and then the return of Rowra. Other than that, it's basically as you were. But for those of you wanting to know those dates, you weren't already aware of them, you do know them now. And for those of you, of course, who want to express your interest in the Arrive and Drive categories next year, head over to DanielRicciardoSeries.com to find out more information about that. The Arrive and Drive Championships will race to the same format as these owner-driver categories that currently run in the championship do right now. So the chance to run that same weekend format, get yourself on the TV streams. Absolutely fantastic opportunity there in those Arrive and Drive categories set to launch next year. Here in the 100s, however, we resume the headline battle of the day. As we mentioned before, Charlie Ratford leading the championship as it stands by 4 points over Jack Robinson. Of course, there's always provisions on these things, technical inspections, potential penalties that may yet to come in the next 2 races. Got a problem out on the circuit, just over out of the cart actually, over there at Wilkins, just on the first of the 2 infield left-handers, and looks like that's not going to be a start there for Maximilian Reed, who's believe he had problems in qualifying too. Maximilian Reed's one of those. There's some races, a bit like Benjamin Baker, we've seen him right in the thick of it in several races. He had 2nd place at GYG, just not quite going his way today. Now, do we get a start? Here's the question. They're being brought around pretty good. They're in the tram lines. We're off. And this time, Ratford, the inside line again, just like they did in the heat run. No, full start is the call. So, yeah, I was going to say the inside line got a big jump there, a bigger jump than they did in the heat race. And for the liking of Andy Cox, a bit too big of a jump. And so we come back round again for another start. The row featuring Sherry Ann Powell at the front just did not get up to speed. And so we will try again. That would have worked out pretty nicely for Jack Robinson, actually, because not only would he have moved ahead of Sherry Ann Powell, he would have been in a position where he'd have had the run on Ratford going up the hill. And while you're never going to win the race in the first couple of corners, it's sure a good place to be in for him, rather than to be trapped behind Sherry Ann Powell as he was through the late stages of that heat race. The marshal's just telling them, slow it down, and that's exactly what they're doing as we build up to the start. In fact, some drivers coming to a halt, seemingly a bit caught out by the slow going of the front row, but that's exactly what they're asked to do. And are they going to be stopped? Nope, that doesn't appear to be the case. Matt was out there, but he didn't want to have a word with them. And now we'll start. And that time Ratford got a good jump, not as good a jump. And this time it's a clean start. Sherry-Ann Powell holds second, and Ratford sees the need to protect the position up into Christmas corner. That might give Powell the run going into Ashby, and Ratford in fact does feel the need to defend the position there. Gets a good run through Ashby, and up there in fourth, I don't think that's Daniel Sutton. Sutton of course finished fourth on the road in the heat race, but was given a penalty early on and was dropped back to sixth in the final results as a consequence. And up in fourth place, it is the 130. I believe that's Liam Karabelov. It is indeed. He won that battle with Benjamin Baker, the fourth on the road in the heat. So around they come for the first time. And so far, advantage Ratford. And some of the talk during lunch was that Robinson really needs to win this race. If the gap gets any bigger than 4 points going into the grand final, that might make Ratford's life quite easy in terms of wrapping up the championship. At the moment, it actually looks like Sherry-Ann Powell is the one that has the pace. She's putting good pressure on Ratford for the moment, although Ratford gets a good run for Rosiers. And they come through the boot and around pit bend to start another lap. Seems as if we've lost 40 seconds on the timing screens. Wonder if that's a result potentially of them doing an extra a lap before the start. Either way, this although there is a big move there, actually by Norrin Evans, it looked like, trying to get around Benjamin Baker in that fight for sixth. So they come through the infield once again. There's a first track limit warning of the race. It's Ben Hoy. Through they come down the back straight once again. Still everybody pretty much holding station. Certainly won't be by design. It simply appears as if they're all very evenly matched right now. It's Ratford, Powell, Robinson. Bit of a gap building now to Liam Karabelov in fourth. And behind is Daniel Sutton and Benjamin Baker running a bit hot into Christmas corner. And now he's going to have to protect himself going into Ashby. And he does just about well enough of a job of that. And Ratford on this lap is pulling out a bit of a gap. Sherry-Ann Powell gets a bad exit, and here comes Robinson. Although Powell holds it around the outside and keeps a position, but they're going to go side by side. Now, does Robinson give this up? No, he is forceful and makes the move. And if anything, Ratford actually comes out just as big a winner of that as Robinson does, because Robinson is now vulnerable going back up the hill, and Charlie Ratford's lead is now a second. And I think what Robinson will be really hoping at this point is that the likes of Powell and Karabelov behind just hold station. Let me bring you back to Charlie Ratford will be what he's trying, what he'd love to be able to say to the drivers behind him. They've come through the final corner once again. Let's see what Ratford's lead is this time. And it's virtually the same. Now, Robinson would have been a bit compromised going up the hill there. So the fact that his lap time was near enough the same does tell you that he might well have a bit of pace left to show here. Here they go, through Ashby and into the infield. Through Wilkins and then into Oceans. It's seemingly pretty even Stevens right now. Ratford still holding a good lead, but Robinson certainly has pulled away from Sherry-Ann Powell. It was 4 tenths over the line before. It's got probably about 6 tenths now. It is indeed 6.5 tenths. Ratford's still able to keep that 1 second advantage. It looks potentially a little bit less as they go into Ashby. Sherry-Ann Powell behind them, Robinson getting all sorts of out of shape, but seemingly not losing too much time. I have to say, that gap is still around a second. Looks like whatever Robinson's got, Ratford is able to respond to it. So Robinson on that lap dipped it by to just, and I mean just under a second. Sherry-Ann Powell still around 6.5 tenths behind Robinson. Liam Karabelov is back into contention, 2.5 tenths behind Sherry-Ann Powell. The battle for thirds, maybe the closest to the front runners at the moment. And then there's a freeway fight between Daniel Sutton, Benjamin Baker, Dyron Evans, and then Archie Cole, and then not too far behind is Benjamin Hamilton. As they come back through once again. 8 tenths the gap, Ratford to Robinson. Robinson may get close, but you suspect Ratford has things covered off here. Through they come into the infield section once again. It looks a little closer this time, coming down the back straight. Was 8 tenths last time, you suspect maybe a tenth closer again. No, it's almost 2 tenths closer. 6 tenths now. Again, it just feels that the win is just out of Robinson's grasp, but he's going to do everything he can. Looked like a move further back in the field there. Benjamin Baker, I think, trying to protect a position there from Nyron Evans, and does so. Looks like Charlie Ratford may have just received a warning for track limits. You can see number 3 is up on the digi-flag. So you know Ratford's pushing. You know that he and Jack Robinson are giving it the max. And the gap is... it's 6.5 tenths still. Ratford that time 2/100ths quicker. It appears as if time is running out for Jack Robinson in this race, and he'll need something special in the grand final to snatch the championship away from Charlie Ratford. Sherry-Ann Powell is now 1.2 seconds behind the fight for the win. Although Robinson has pulled in a little bit here, the gap is closer than ever. It's 3 tenths. And this is going to be 2 laps to go. It might not be over. Robinson on that lap was huge. And here they go into Ashby. They're almost right together. And the question is going to be on is whether or not Ratford gets the run out of Osiers. That's been where a lot of mistakes have come onto the back straight. He gets a good exit there, but Robinson gets a better one, and he's in striking distance as we're coming towards the last lap now. Round the final corner, 1 lap to go. The cheers, the rallying cries coming from the parents to my left Robinson isn't close enough here. He's going to have to send it somewhere. He's going to have to send it possibly into Ashby, possibly into the boot. He's not close enough into Ashby. Sherry-Ann Powell holding on to third. Big scrap for, I think it's 7th place. Benjamin Baker in the walls. And in there it appears is Nyrin Evans. Now here they come. Robinson, he's not close enough. Ratford's done enough, it appears. He holds it through the right-hander and into the last corner. Charlie Ratford takes the biggest of big wins, and it's a big step towards the DRS 100 Championship. He extends this lead to 7 points, and what that means is, as it stands, as Sherry-Ann Powell finishes third, a 10th ahead of Liam Karavelov, with Daniela Sutton 5th, Benjamin Baker 6th, Archie Cole 7th, Benjamin Hamilton in the end. Nyrin Evans was the leading novice for so long, but in the end he falls behind Benjamin Hamilton, who takes that 8th place and the leading spot, the class win effectively among the novices. But what it means for the championship for Charlie Ratford, 7 points. He now will lead over Jack Robinson. And what that means is that Ratford, with a 3rd place, so it's a 7-point lead. So what it could come down to, really, if Charlie Ratford finishes 2nd, he'll win the championship unless Jack Robinson wins and takes the fastest lap. It could well be that the fastest lap decides that championship outcome. So far, so good for Charlie Ratford, and you have to give him some credit. In order to do this, he might have to produce a clean sweep. That's the standard that he is being pushed to by his rival Jack Robinson. So that's how things stand going into the finale for that class. But for now, we're going to be with our DRS 62s for their final race of the season in a few moments' time. We're going to take a couple of minutes break and then be right back for that one.
Yeah, I do. It's in the car.
You got time, haven't you? You're losing weight, mate, by the second, do you?
It ain't working for me.
Well, that, I've got no comment for that one.
If you just follow me down the grid now, to the back, just feel what we're doing.
Sure.
Tell me when.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all good. All good?
Yes. Let me try and run. No, you ain't thinking about batteries. Wait till actually you can get your gun as well. And a camera. Yeah, yeah.
Time for our final DRS 62 race of the season. If you were to arrive here and have no idea of what date it was, you'd think that we were still in the middle of the season, quite frankly. It has been sweltering here at Whilton Mill. And the heat has certainly been turned up on the track too. You'd have to say, arguably, the 62s have produced the best action of them all, particularly with that last lap move from Ashton Redpath to take the win from Harley Drake. Just seeing them come along the back straight here, the way they're going, it might be that we're looking for a first-time start. I think Andy Cox has noted that there's a bit of contact from behind for one of our front runners, but it looks like they're going to try and set up the first-time start. This, however, is too fast, rather. No, it's not too fast. We get a start. And into the first corner we go. And making the move is Harley Drake. So Redpath led up towards the hill, but Drake is going to try and hold it through Christmas corner. And he does, but Redpath gets a better exit. They bang wheel slightly, and this could let in. And it will let in Rory Hamilton. And Hamilton doesn't quite get into the lead, but he does take second. And this is going to create a big gaggle going into Wilkins and in through the infield. Onto the back straight they come. Hamilton does not get the good exit. Redpath trying to make the move. Does he commit? Yes, he does. Great from Hamilton, however, to hold the place around the outside. The big winner of it all is Harley Drake. He is well clear, 1.4 seconds, and it's going to be a bigger gap than that when this action behind settles itself. Hamilton looking for second. Redpath goes to protect the inside. But you see, that's what happens when you're an academy driver. You don't have the grunt going up the hill in those karts. And it allows Redpath to hold on to second. And just trying to see is that should be Oscar Roach. It is indeed in fourth. And Carter and Clarkson in fifth. They're all still right together, as a matter of fact. Lucas Sessa is just trying to find his way through the field. But Harley Drake's lead is going to be some 2 seconds by the time they come back around here. Hamilton trying to nudge his car down the straight, and that is a fantastic move, or almost a fantastic move from Oscar Roach, but he gave it a bit too much of the beans going through the second part of the boot, and allowed Hamilton to pull the up and under and get the place back. You suspect he's under threat going up the hill though. Roach. Hamilton hugs the inside and he protects the place for now. Redpath meanwhile will pull clear and set sail after Harley Drake. He'll be thankful that he's got the best part of 10 minutes to do it, because it's a 2-second lead that Harley Drake now has, as Roach looks for a move going in towards their Wilkins, and holding it around the outside is Kip Clarkson. That's going to give him the run coming onto the back straight, and he does indeed pull side by side. Actually, excuse me, that's Lucas Esser there that Carter Inskip Clarkson is racing, and that is the battle for 5th place. So Esser suddenly making up a good bit of ground as Hamilton and Roach pull away. That fight for third, which looked like it was going to be between almost everybody in the field, is now just going to be between the two of them, as here comes Lucas Esser making the move on the inside of Inskip Clarkson. Will Inskip Clarkson try and fight it back into Winkman's? Not quite. And through Ashby they go safely. And just trying to see Harley Drake, that looks like it might well be a bigger than 2-second gap now. At the moment, what could be deciding the race from here is obviously the tyre wear, which tends to be more of a factor in the bigger cars. For the 62s, it's less so. Drake holding Redpath, so it remains a 2-second lead, while Rory Hamilton is some 8/10 behind Redpath. He's got a good gap to Oscar Roach on this lap. So he doesn't have to grunt up the hill, but elsewhere on the circuit, he seems to be doing a pretty good job of pulling away from Oscar Roach and having a big enough gap that he can hold on to that 3rd place for now. And I dare suggest that he's closer to Ashton Redpath than the 8/10 that we saw on the last lap, and that you currently see on your timing screens. Drake coming through, and Redpath definitely is dropping back into the clutches of Rory Hamilton here. Almost 2.3 the gap. Meanwhile, Rory Hamilton, the gap to Ashton Redpath, is now almost half of what it was on the previous lap. Looks like Esser is the one that's closest to a move going up the hill, but he's not quite close enough to think about the move on Roach there in that battle for 4th place. Oscar Roach just not quite having the ultimate pace that he's had at some of our other meetings this season. But certainly the story of the 62 category this weekend has got to be Rory Hamilton. Running well up there as one of the academy drivers, and rather upstaging to some extent Carter Inskip Clarkson, who's had himself a fine weekend of his own, been right in the thick of things amongst the supers throughout the entire course of this weekend. And now Hamilton is in position to have a go at Redpath. Once again, the grunt up the hill is going to count against him. It's not going to count against Lucas Esser as he gets past Oscar Roach. And now the battle firmly on for 2nd. Redpath versus Hamilton. And if Hamilton's going to make the move, if he's going to find the straight line advantage anywhere, it's surely going to be going into the boot, because going up the hill he doesn't have the grunt, and if you don't have the grunt going up the hill, you're not be close enough into Ashby, realistically speaking. He's close enough to stay in the tow here, but the moment he pulls out going up the hill, he just won't have it. You can see there, Redpath just has enough of a gap for the moment. The fight is still on for 4th, and actually Carter Inskip Clarkson has moved ahead of Lucas Esser for 5th, and he's pressuring Roach now in what is a 3-way battle for 4th. Is that a move? No, not quite there. Oh, Redpath a little wide on the apex, but he gets away with it there. Hamilton, for a moment there, looks to be setting himself up for a move to the inside. There's a clash up at Christmas corner between, I believe it's Caicedo and Freddie Budd that have come together there. They keep going and continue their battle as if nothing ever happened. Meanwhile, Harley Drake has this totally under control. 2.2 seconds the gap to Redpath. He holds that gap, but it's Hamilton all over the back of Redpath. And what Hamilton really needs, you see, he's closer than he's ever been, but he's not going to have the grunt to make the move. There is a move, however, for 4th place. And we said a moment ago that Lucas Essa was in 6th, and then he's up to 4th, up to 6th. He's up and down like a pinball in this race, is Lucas Essa. As are, to be frank, all 3 of those drivers in that battle for 4th place. But what Hamilton here, the key run for Hamilton is he needs to be good in the infield so that he can position himself for a move on Redpath right here, going down the back straight. And he has a look, but he just hasn't quite got it there. He needs to find a different way to overtake, does Rory Hamilton, for sure. He's right there, yeah. If he can get by, he'll pull away. No question, he's quicker. And you do have to wonder as well how much of it is a case of Redpath keeping the tyres alive for the run through the infield. As he say that, almost a move there by Hamilton going into Ashby. And he gets the better drive going into Wilkins. Got a track limit warning for Carter Inskett Clarkson showing on our screens. Harley Drake's lead looks like it's a little bit less than 2 seconds now. Let's see, over the line. It is 2/10 less, it is 1.9 seconds. Hamilton, he's got a good drive this time going up the hill. And Redpath protects the position. Now, can Hamilton position himself? See, where Hamilton looks most dangerous is going into Ashby. We say that we think the best place for a pass is into the boot, but I think if Redpath is most vulnerable anywhere, it has to be going at the exit of Christmas Corner through Inkermans and down to Ashby. That's where Hamilton looks most likely to make the pass just on the evidence of what we've seen. Because Redpath doesn't get the best run through the boot there. Roach looking for a move on Essa into Oblivion. Hard to make a pass there. Here comes Hamilton this time. He starts to get side by side, but just can't find the drive. Oh, Redpath. I think Redpath might be in trouble here. Yes, here comes the move. Redpath trying to be the latest of the late breakers, and there was a slight nudge there by Hamilton. Can't quite tell if he caught the curb and maybe just run a little wide as a result. That's one of those. The stewards could take a dim view of that, but you might... Oh, is there a problem? Harley Drake slowing, and there's a collision. Collision with Lucas Essa. Harley Drake has got a big problem. Oscar Roach struggling to get around him. There's contact at the exit of the boot. And now we have a leader from the Academy class. We had this back at Rissington, where Carter Inskett Clarkson won the pre-final there as it rained midway through and created absolute carnage. But here we're looking at an overall winner in the grand final from the Academy class. And like we said, once Hamilton gets ahead, it looks like he's just got more grip, although he gets a swapper on there going through Osiers. And Harley Drake, I don't know what happened to Harley Drake. It's almost like a Formula One driver just running out of battery. Don't have that problem here, but There's clearly something that has just troubled him really badly going through Ogiers on that previous lap. So 20 seconds to go. This should be the penultimate lap. And you rather feel that Redpath has maybe just ran out of tyres. Drake now passed Lucas Esser for third. You halfway suspect the win is maybe out of his reach, but with Redpath struggling, second could be on. Hamilton's gap now looks like it's bigger than 6/10. Drake trying to, he's actually lost ground and he's got Esser behind him. Esser not close enough to make a move, although Redpath struggles then through the boot, and now Drake is back in striking distance. Could be a move potentially as we come to start the last lap. Rory Hamilton looks behind. Nobody there. You're clear, Rory Hamilton. Redpath going through turn 2. Drake is right there. Oh, and there just wasn't enough space there for Harley Drake to make a move, and there was contact, but up and under could be on. Could be vulnerable, potentially going to Ashby. Not quite side by side. Drake switches outside, now looking for the switchback pass. Now he's on the outside for Wilkins. It's not really where you want to be, so now he's got to set himself up for the exit of Ogiers onto the back straight. Does he have the run? No, he doesn't. But Redpath there protects the inside. He defended fresh air. Drake could get the up and under on him going into last corner. Will he risk it? He does, and there's contact. And Redpath almost in the wall, and there's a photo finish. I think you probably suspect there that there might be a penalty coming Harley Drake's way. He went for it. You can't blame him. The win wasn't on, so why not go for something spectacular? But you suspect the stewards might judge that to be a bit too forceful. We'll see how that works out. Well, of course, we have, of course, the podium presentation to come, so we'll have the chance to inform you before then if there are any changes there as a result of that move. But if you're Rory Hamilton, it matters not one jot, unless you care about how much you win by, because that all ended up meaning that he won by 3 seconds in the end, as Ashton Redpath faded and Drake made that really forceful move. You could see why he tried to do it. It was on, and Redpath tries to turn in, and you be the judge. Didn't look as bad as on replay as it looked at first, but that'll be the job of Matt & Co to decide. Anyway, the results on the circuit for now. Rory Hamilton wins, an Academy driver winning overall in the grand final. Harley Drake the leading super in the end as it stands right now, 3 seconds behind. Then it's Carter Inskip-Clarkson who took advantage of all of that mess to move up into third. And then it was Ashton Redpath 4 fading at the end. Actually, Inskip-Clarkson beat Redpath to the line by just 3/100ths of a second. That was a photo finish. Actually, the pass being made right as they got to the finish line. And then Redpath just 6/100ths ahead of Esser. And then Esser just 3/100ths ahead of Roach. That was quite a finish indeed. So they'll deliberate over that now and come up with some sort of outcome that we will bring you up to speed with. If we had an outcome, we'll do it before we finish the racing proceedings now. But that wraps up the DRS 62 season, and certainly a fantastic way to do it. And next up is the finale to our 125s, and we'll join you for that in just a couple of moments. Barely time to catch our breath and take notes following that thrilling finale to the 62s. And now time for our 125 to take centre stage for the final time this season. And it was a fantastic rally from Ethan Critchley to beat Sam Faulkner in the pre-final. The question will be, did Critchley use too much tyre in going for that win? If he didn't, we could be in for a thriller in this one too. They go around one more time. That's pretty standard. Been a couple of times, usually with the 62, where they tried to take the start first time round. And so now we get into formation and almost ready to go as we come along the back straight. So it'll be Faulkner, Critchley, then Tommy Welsh and Daniel Weir on the front two rows. Oliver Owen once again will be a bit further back in the pack as a result of him having broken down in the heat race. And here we come looking for a start. They come round pretty disciplined, and we do indeed get the start we expected. A bit of a gaggle there. Boxed in there was Tommy Welsh, but they all get through safely. And, well, you see the effect of Welsh being boxed in there. He loses out to a number of drivers. It's Snape that takes third, and then Oliver Owen up to fourth. That's a big start. So he was back in the fourth row there, was Oliver Owen. Critchley there closing right up to Sam Faulkner as we came through the exit of Wilkins there, and on they come to the back straight for the first time. Pretty much line astern, but Tom Snape ran a little bit wide through the first part of the boot there. And that is why Oliver Owen is as close as he is. You halfway suspect that he is going to be in good position to make a move, as too is Ethan Critchley on Sam Faulkner. But neither of them do so in the end. There's 11 minutes to go in this race, and I think some of these wiser heads perhaps deciding that they'll just wait, play the percentage game, try and keep their tyres intact. They know that's going to be a big factor the more this race progresses. These grand finals in the 125s are often about letting the race come to you. Faulkner extends his lead to 3/10 going over the line. As we go up the hill once again, nobody really close enough for a move, although there is one on for fifth place there. Tommy Welsh battling heading foot. And it looks like Foot has gotten the position there. You can see the single-plated driver is behind. Is that a move? Yes, Ollie Owen, an unusual pass there, going into Wilkins, but he's made it stick and he's taken third place there as Oliver Owen, overtaking Tom Snape. Faulkner, meanwhile, has pulled ahead slightly. Looks like possibly 4 or 5 tenths. Half a second is the gap. And so now, with Oliver Owen having made that move, you suspect the race will just settle down for a lap or two, as we wait more and more for the tyre wear to take its effect. There's a collision up at Christmas Corner towards the back of the field. Just trying to see who was involved in that. There's 2 triple plates, and it might well be Jake Woodrow and Tuscany Groves back there. Faulkner continuing to pull away from Critchley. Oliver Owen is now in position to make a move, so we had that lap to quiet down, and now Owen, he's not quite close enough this time to make an impression on Ethan Critchley. And the more Faulkner pulls away, the more you suspect that Critchley's rally in the pre-final was a heroic one that would bring negative effects in the long term. Me personally, a win is a win. I'd much rather take the win in the race I know I can win and suffer the consequences after. And here come those consequences. Oliver Owen with a nice move for second through the boot, setting it up. And into pit bend, he makes it stick. And now it's Tom Snape looking to make that move up the hill, although Critchley's back in striking position in that fight for second. It's good news for Sam Faulkner, more good news for Sam Faulkner. Oh, off the circuit. Running off there was... so Snape is up to third, so it's Critchley that went off. Little mistake there going through Inkermans, and that's down to fourth place and potentially fifth now, as Henry Foote is going to pressure him. Not quite in position to make a move. Going into the boot there. Gap for the leaders, meanwhile, stays at 8/10. It's not exactly out of the question that Oliver Owen might have something for Sam Faulkner here. Same too for Sam Snape. They're making good progress. Hard to tell if the gap has come down at all. If anything, it might be slightly closer, but no more than a half a tenth perhaps. Snape actually might be the quickest. He's all over the back now of Oliver Owen in that fight for second. Ethan Critchley is pulling into the pits. Ethan Critchley is giving up the ghost. So maybe not just a tyre issue there, but also a technical one that has taken him out of the fight for victory. I'm sure he would say that the big rally in the pre-final was worth it for him. If I were him, I would agree. But now out of the grand final, that will let Tommy Welsh up in the fifth place, as he is in a good battle. Dan Weir, Kurt Baldry, Oscar Walmsley-Jones in contention for that fifth place now. So, Faulkner versus Owen, what's the gap? It is 9/10. So on the previous lap, 2 laps ago from this one, Faulkner pulled out a couple of tenths on Owen. And that time, Owen putting back a half a tenth. Sam Faulkner gets a track limit warning. Still 5.5 minutes to go, of course, these grand finals. There's still plenty of time for that crucial tyre wear issue to kick in and become more and more of a factor. But you have to say he's looking good overall, is Sam Faulkner. Maybe losing a tenth or two on this lap. Let's see as they come over the line. He has indeed lost a tenth and a half. It's 0.76 now. And Tom Snape is probably the closest, really, to making a pass, but he's not quite in striking distance. If anything on this lap, he's maybe just dropping back a little bit from Oliver Owen. Battle for fifth place now beginning to hot up, and there might be a move actually there going into Wilkins. That's Tommy Welsh fending off Dan Weir, who thought about it. Or even Stevens coming out of Ogiers. Oliver Owen pulls up just under a tenth on Sam Faulkner. Just under 7 tenths now is the gap. Still 4 minutes to go, still plenty of time for things to happen. This, if anything, may be the calm before the storm, although it's certainly not calm in the fight for fifth place, as Tommy Welsh continues to hold up Dan Weir and Kurt Fordry. Oscar Walmsley-Jones has also had a problem. He was right on the tail of that battle earlier on, but now some 3 laps back, so clearly off the circuit. And like Ethan Critchley, his season seemingly over. Oliver Owen continuing to pull another 10th as here comes the move from Weir. It's defended well by Welch on the outside, and it looks like he just about has the legs to protect it into Ashby. Faulkner versus Owen now. The gap, Owen just keeps taking a 10th a lap, a 10th a lap, a 10th a lap. I'd say it's maybe slightly over a 10th on this lap. Through the final corner, Faulkner comes. And it is more than a 10th. It's just below 4 tenths now. And with 2.5 minutes just over to go, you've got to say Sam Faulkner is holding on. You think he's right on the cusp of whether or not he will hold on, but it's Oliver Owen that appears to have the tyre right now. And he's bringing Tommy Snape with him as well, let's not forget that. Down they come into the elbow once again. And through they come. And the gap now, a half a 10th. Mechanical flag, Sam Faulkner. Sam Faulkner in trouble. Going fine on the track still, but they're clearly they're seeing something that they're not happy with on Sam Faulkner's kart. And we're just trying to see what it is. So we look at the TV feed, they come through with Ogiers now. We could really do, probably with some sort of close-up shot. I'm not sure if we have anything like that available. It looks, there's the problem. The number plate on the front is completely falling off. The seat, it is cosmetic damage, but if that falls off, it's a big problem. And he's given it up. He's conceded that he can't go on. Sam Faulkner bows out of the fight for the lead. And now it's all about Tom Snape. Can he pressure Oliver Owen? He was starting to drop back. The gap on the last lap was half a second. And that's a real shame actually for this race that Sam Faulkner has encountered that problem, because the question of whether or not he was going to hold on has been decided for him in many ways. But with that said, take absolutely no credit away from Oliver Owen. Running third in the heat when he broke down, he came cruising through in the pre-final. And you'd have to say that this little bit of luck that's gone his way is his just rewards. Who knows? Maybe he'd have caught and passed Faulkner anyway. But even though he hasn't had the chance to do that, you'd have to say the luck is absolutely richly deserved. So the clock is at 0, and this is the penultimate lap, so they're starting the last lap once they come around the final corner now. And the gap now is 3/4 of a second for Oliver Owen, so he's gradually pulled away from Tom Snape. And Henry Foote is not in touch. The biggest battle is for 4th place, and that's what we're watching right now between Tommy Welsh and Dan Weir. They've been going at it the whole race. Welsh protects it, going through the Christmas corner and round Ashby. And into the infield they go as Owen is into the boot. And here comes Oliver Owen to win the final DRS 125 race of this season. Tom Snape in third. Tom Snape in second, Henry Foote in third. And holding on to 4th by the narrowest of margins. 0.07 in the end is the gap between Tommy Welsh and Dan Weir in that battle for 4th place. Got Fordry in 6th, Mark Lawrence in 7th, Tustin and Groves in 8th, Jake Woodrow in 9th, Thomas Dackins, the leading, the sole novice in this race, I should say, Thomas Dackins, but he was running quite well in the early going, obviously ran into a slight problem that dropped him back. But you have to say, as we mentioned earlier, the luck went Oliver Owen's way, but you'd be definitely having a hard time arguing that he didn't deserve it. Oliver Owen wins, Tom Snake 2nd, and Henry Foote in 3rd to round out our DRS 125 Grand Final. For the final time in 2023, after Sam Faulkner has problems with part of the bodywork effectively on the front of his kart, threatening to fall off, and he has to pull in, and that is how his season ends. But Oliver Owen, fantastic win for him, and we now turn our attention to the final race of the Daniel Ricciardo Series in 2023. It's our championship decider. It's Charlie Ratford versus Jack Robinson. 7 points in it. We'll give you the permutations in just a moment when they fire up.
Oh my god. What, we won there? What the fuck? Ah, fuck! You can go behind those tyres when they go out. There's some tyres just where the gantry is. Right, go behind those tyres.
Okay, I'll follow you, alright?
Wave, Shab.
If you put yourself on the inside, you'd be fine.
Can you cut for me because I have to move somewhere?
Time to go for the last race of the year. DRS 100 Grand Final coming to you from Whilton Mill. Been an absolutely fantastic day of racing throughout. Loads going on, particularly in that 62 Grand Final. We've had a look, the result of that race is still provisional. So we will have a look at that before we take our break before the podium presentation, see if that changes between now and then. One rather suspects that with all the work to be done in this race, it will indeed remain provisional for some time. And so we now turn our attention to this grand final. Charlie Ratford versus Jack Robinson. Ratford comes in with a 7-point lead. And so what that means is for Ratford to secure the championship, he will need, well, really, actually, we talk about what Ratford needs to secure the championship. Actually, the championship is still very much in Jack Robinson's hands. If Jack Robinson wins this race and takes the fastest lap, we're hearing that Charlie Ratford could finish second. From our understanding of the point system, an extra 3 points would give Robinson for the fastest lap would give Robinson the title. That's how we understand it. But certainly, if not for that, Ratford will definitely secure it with second either way. That we do know. So here we go. It is, of course, so it's Robinson on the front row alongside Ratford. Of course, they determine the grid according to the points throughout the qualifying and the heats. So here they're asking the front row to slow it right down. Matt is out there. They seem happy enough. Matt did this before and we had a start, so doesn't guarantee we won't have one. They're in the tram lines. They're coming up to speed. We get a start. Here we go. Robinson looks over, but Ratford looks like he's got the jump. Oh, huge accident. Huge accident. We are going to have a race stoppage here. Many drivers involved, and here is fingers crossed on this one that everyone has escaped this. This is a very, very concerning situation indeed. And this, one of the things that can happen when you have these two corners. You've got to get through the first corner first at Oblivion and get into the second corner. And in such tight contact, these things can happen. We just hope so much that everybody here is okay in this incident that has involved many drivers and karts. There's actually a good amount that have managed to carry on and pull up to Marshal's Post 6, where they will now all leave their karts and presumably have a talking to. I'm sure the talking to will not be of the most immediate concern. The most immediate concern will be, of course, the welfare of the drivers that have not managed to make it away from the scene of that incident. And of course, those of you watching on the stream, we do not have a replay. We were about to say that we didn't have the benefit of the replay, but there is certainly nothing beneficial about a replay in this situation for sure. So I think this is the right time for us to just take a breather and hope that everybody who needs any treatment can get the treatment that they need. And then we will take stock and see where we go from here.
over, you was thrown out the park and sun salted.
You right there?
It's a bad one. He's hit the grass, hit another cart, flown up in the air. The cart's gone over the top, thrown him out, and he's somersaulted across the track. He's got off and up, and then gone behind that moor, and then obviously collapsed there, so we don't know whether he's out of it yet. But I'd say his shoulder ain't going to be very good. Number 55.
He's alright.
Got up, got to the other side of the fence, and it's flat, so probably winded, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Probably got
He'll
off
have
the
to
shock
be,
of it.
he'll have to be,
Adrenaline.
yeah, so you need to be checked out, I reckon. Someone's gone over and looked for him. Matt's alright?
Archie. It's Archie.
Is he alright?
Yeah, I think so. He's up in the back.
What I thought of it, that's not good.
he's going to go to part through, mate. Needs a new nose cone.
Well, he done. Oh.
They all just stopped in front of him. He said, just bang.
In my silver toolbox, Gilly, I have got a chain alignment so you don't have to piss around with the straight edge.
Need a sprocket and chain.
Yeah.
No, Matt doesn't want them touched.
Okay.
Yeah, make it into part firm, maybe the rest.
No, I haven't got a. Well, is the view that you guys have been shown? Is that like a driver view? Or is that from the actual camera? It's from the YouTube, yeah. Oh, it must be the camera over there. Yeah. Oh, on YouTube, yeah. Oh, I think that. Is that the Pepsi? I wouldn't have thought those things. Yeah, cancelled it because of the last race. Is there anything riding? Yeah. Was literally whoever wants it. Charlie. Oh, it was. Oh, so it was actually. It was. Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame, that.
It is for Jackie for the pilot, he's been leading it all year and then Charlie's just overtook him on the last 2 races.
That's the pain of the racing world sometimes, isn't it? You know, things like this, they, you know, it's a shame. It's been. Alright.
Just sent for the chicken,
my mic button got stuck on there, so apologies for the
Okay, everyone. I haven't quite got the Brummy accent, Andy. Could all the parents and the kids go to the dummy grid, please? I think Matt's going to make an announcement. You know how she loves it. So it's all drivers and their parents to the dummy grid, please.
Okay, everybody, pay attention. Great news, Archie is now on his way to hospital for just some checks. And yeah, that was a big one, but thankfully everything is okay. So thank you for your patience. So we're going to commence. The gate is going to close for the DRS 100 at 16:40. Sorry, I beg your pardon, start again. 16:40, the gate is going to open. 16:45, the gate will close, and the DRS 100 Grand Final will commence at 16:50. So all DRS 100 drivers that are clear to race, you need to go with your mechanic or helper to the holding area, ready to enter the grid, please, at 16:40. Okay, set that just for sound. DRS 100 should be coming onto the grid now, please.
on the first corner, guys. You can't win the race. You've got a whole 12 minutes, yeah? So what I don't want is to beat that left. Ladies and gentlemen, race firm, race fair. You've got 12 minutes to win it, yeah? Thank you very much.
Matt.
On the 42, isn't it? Right, so we're going at 46, we're going at 50. Oh, we're at 50.
Gates open at 40. Yeah. On the grid, gates close at 50, 45. And we've got 2 rolling up laps, guys.
So after a very long break here, courtesy of that big accident that we had on the original start of this DRS 100 Grand Final, we are indeed going back racing, which is fantastic news indeed, because of course what it does mean is that we have seemingly for the moment very good news regarding Archie Cole. As things stand at the moment, he's undergone further checks. He is in a stable condition. He's received medical attention. He is, we understand, bruised and he is currently on his way to hospital, but the prognosis is that all should be well. So obviously we continue to have our thoughts with him and keep our fingers crossed, but the initial news seems encouraging. I think that is probably the best way that we can describe it at the moment. So in terms of the restart, of course, so during the stoppage, the lengthy stoppage we had, there was a big conversation that took place on the dummy grid. Matt Daniels assembled the drivers and said, any of you who don't want to take the restart, that's absolutely understandable. We understand that everybody who can take the restart is. We understand that Dorian Malik is not restarting due to damage sustained in the accident. But, oh no, apparently we're good. Apparently we are good. Seemingly all repaired. The reports that we had received was that there was absolutely no chance of that happening, but we are told otherwise, and thank you to the family and friends down there for giving us the thumbs up that indeed all was well on that one. So it does indeed appear as if we are going to go racing with everybody that can, going back indeed. So just a couple of moments to go now. The gate is closed. We are scheduled to go at 16:50, which is just under 4 minutes from now. Worth noting that we will not be showing the replays of the accident that happened. For those of you wondering about any potential penalties that may have come about from that, it seems as if, and I think this is probably the correct call in the circumstances, is that it's been left alone. The word from Matt was very much the same as the one that was given in the driver's briefing, which is you cannot win the race on the first corner, but you certainly can lose it. And I think that we probably all agree. Certainly from what we could see of the accident, it looked as if someone, we believe it might have been Daniela Sutton, got tagged in the left rear going through Oblivion and effectively just started a chain reaction of several drivers. Whether or not that was sort of turning down too hard or being taken out is really rather irrelevant. The simple matter of fact was that we got away without, it seems at the moment, anything majorly untoward having gone on, and that is the best news that we can take from it at the moment. So, 2 minutes before we get restarted, and of course the other point of business that we very much need to address is it is indeed correct to say that Charlie Ratford can win the championship through finishing in second place. It's the fastest lap. Of course, if we include the fastest lap, the difference is 6 points. And of course, Ratford goes into this one with, as it stands, a 7-point lead. So that is the permutation. Those are the permutations. And now we play the waiting game. Less than 1 minute before these drivers are back out onto the circuit, and fingers crossed that we can continue safely. Here we go, engines fired, we're ready for a start. And Ratford, Powell, Robinson lead them out. Problem for one of the runners getting away, but all getting away in the end. That was a 3-2-1 there. Just struggled to get away. But thankfully everyone away safely. And it doesn't look as if we're going to get a start first time by. They normally form up pretty early, and I would expect that these drivers probably want the luxury of the extra lap, and who could blame them? (3-2-1) by the way, Benjamin Hamilton, who was struggling to get away, but now up to speed. So the call is for one more lap. And we will look to get the start this time by, and very much hoping for a safer start and certainly a clean start, one that will allow the race to proceed and the championship to be settled cleanly. And I think there's certainly a great appetite among some sections of the people still here to get this race done safely and head home and finish our season the right way. So Ratford will lead the field down to the green once again. Jack Robinson will be alongside. Sherry-Ann Powell will then be in third. And Daniela Sutton will be alongside there in 1-4-3. Looks like they're coming into the final corner a little bit hot here, but they get aligned. We get a start. Take two for our DRS 100 Grand Final. And it looks as if Sherry-Ann Powell has done it again. It looks as if she's nipped in front of Jack Robinson, but Robinson immediately coming back in towards Christmas Corner, just doesn't quite have the steam to get it done. So Ratford in the lead, And with a bit of a gap to Sherry Ann Powell for the moment. And so Robinson, after that start, you would think from here hasn't very much all to do. Got to find a way to get into the lead. And got to find a way, if anything really, if you're Jack Robinson here, Sherry Ann Powell might be your best friend. If Sherry Ann Powell could get past Charlie Ratford, that would make Robinson's life much, much easier than if Robinson has to pass the pair of them and then hope for help elsewhere. Got a warning for contact for 165. That is a bit further down the field. We just saw it on our screen. We didn't catch it quickly enough to identify who it was. As Ratford leads them around and in towards Ashby once again. They come down now in towards the infield, and the gap on the end of the last lap there, 0.4 of a second. They seem pretty even Stevens so far, although Robbins, Powell got a little bit out of shape there. Maybe just, not necessarily the back end stepping down, but just very twitchy there. With Sherry Ann Powell on turning to the boot as they cross the line. Robinson now within 0.2 of Sherry Ann Powell, and if he can get a good run through Crook, he might have a chance to make the move, but Powell looks like she's got a good run going up the hill, and they will stay aligned for the moment. And what that is allowing is Charlie Ratford to pull away. Powell, once again, that back end just really swings around very quickly, and it gives you the impression of a kart that's not quite handled right, but it's perfectly fine. Although here, Robinson looked like he was going to set up a move, but had to think better of it. It was going to be a damn near move, and with 10 minutes to go, it's still not quite desperation time yet for Jack Robinson. Ratford's lead increases, but Robinson is much better placed this time. And up the hill, Robinson goes for and doesn't get second because Sherry Ann Powell sweeps around the outside and holds on to second place. Down they go towards Ashby again. There's a good battle building further back for fourth place. That's actually Liam Caravello that's in fourth place there. So we called Daniel Sutton earlier, but it appears as if she has actually lost that place. Nyrin Evans in a terrific sixth and very much holding on to that battle. Benjamin Baker 3 attempts back in second. In fact, it's really all the way back, that battle, from fourth to ninth place. Ratford comes around once again. 9 minutes and change. Gap has increased, 7 attempts. Robinson a little bit closer this time, but not close enough as Powell gets the run that she needs through Crook. Daniela Sutton dropping back to, she has gone past Liam Caravello on that last lap actually. And she is now 8 attempts adrift of the battle with Ratford, Powell and Robinson. And Ratford actually pulling away to that 7 attempts lead. But you rather just feel, well, I said it was the calm before the storm. The calm didn't last long because there's the move from Jack Robinson into second place going into the boot. And off he goes after Ratford, and what we saw in the pre-final was that Ratford had built just enough of a gap earlier on that Robinson couldn't quite close in at the end, and now the question is going to be whether or not Robinson used too much tyre in that pursuit or whether he's got something left in reserve. So far it seems like it might be just a smidge less than the 8.5 attempts that we had going over the line on that last lap. As they come down the back straight, he's got a good gap to Sherry Ann Powell. It was 3 attempts over the line. It looks a little bit more than that here. Round they come pit bend. And the battle hotly contested between 4th all the way down to 9th. And actually now, Benjamin Hamilton is right behind Nyrin Evans in the battle for the effectively novice class win. And here's a developing situation. Charlie Ratford, track limit warning, his first of the race, we understand. And so he will have to be on his own. And boy, the gap last time around was 6 tenths. We said it looked closer. It was close by a couple of tenths. I dare suggest it's closer by that same margin on this lap too. Ratford looks as if at this stage in the race, he is clinging on. We might yet see the championship decided by a move, but remember, it doesn't just need Robinson to pass Ratford, it needs Ratford to fall back from second as well. And it's definitely less as they come through increments. Down towards Ashby, and the question is going to be, can Sherry-Ann Powell play spoiler? Of course, it's still a developing situation. We've still got 6 minutes to go, and Robinson still is not quite there with Ratford yet. It's a better lap from Ratford, although Robinson has had a good run through the boot there. We'll see the gap now. So it was just under half second. It is now 2 tenths and 3/4, less than 3 tenths. And Robinson very close going up the hill in towards Christmas. I think he thought about a lunge there, but you've got the time to make this work if you're Jack Robinson. Hold your line for now is probably the smartest move to make. Ratford then coming through Ogiers as they're definitely closer on this lap. They're basically right together now. The move could come going into Christmas on this next lap. Here we go. A tenth between them. Through Crook. Does Robinson have the run? Yes, he does. Ratford's already going defensive. Oh, and nearly a move. Hard to tell whether or not there was contact there. I think Robinson was just trying to decide which way should I go, and Ratford kind of parks in the middle. Robinson again puts his nose out there, going into Ashby. Oh, now the move. Now he's going to go. But he's run wide. Ratford's going to get the up and under going through Ogiers, and Robinson committed to it. Going through Wilkins, and he's going to defend. Now is Ratford going through the boot, and that's perfect for Robinson because it keeps Sherry-Ann Powell in play. It's a tactical race as much as anything, as we have a slow kart out on the back straight. Looks like, I believe 163 potentially. Would be Ben Fawley if it is. Certainly the timing screens indicate that that's who it is that's hit trouble. They stay as they were through the first half of the lap, and now they come through into Ogiers again. Looks like Ratford has just edged out a little bit of ground on Robinson on this lap. Robinson not close enough to strike as they come into the boot. Powell still in play. The top three pulling away significantly from Daniela Sutton. Benjamin Baker with a track limit warning. Robinson a tenth and a half away. And it's getting to the point where he might have to make the move soon. Here we go, Ratford defends it. Now, was that a defensive, was that a reactionary move from Ratford, is the question there. Robinson has a think about it again, going into Ashby. It's the second time that he's put his nose out there, and the last time he did it, he went for it into Wilkins. He doesn't do that this time. And as they come out of Ogiers, once again, Ratford just keeping Robinson just at arm's length. Just. Over the line they come. It's actually a half attempt in Ratford's favour on that last lap, and that half attempt might be crucial in ensuring that Robinson stays behind going up the hill. He has a look, he's too far back. Daniela Sutton now 2.5 seconds behind. The fight is between the front three at this stage, and you wonder maybe if Sutton's running. I think Sutton has actually been overtaken by Liam Caravello, as a matter of fact. We'll get the confirmation of that shortly to see them come down the back, as here comes Ratford once again. I think once again he's maybe pulled out a half attempt. So far he's doing what he needs to do. Caravello has indeed passed Sutton for fourth, and now it's the two novice drivers that are closing in behind. This time the gap is 2.5 tenths. It's coming back towards Charlie Ratford here. A minute and 45 to go. Is Robinson running out of grip? If he is, the difference is minuscule, but it's a slight difference that he really doesn't need right now. Getting a good one through this middle sector. And here we go now, coming onto the back straight. Ratford looks like he got a good exit. He did indeed. They both get a good one. Once again, it's Ratford just keeping Robinson at arm's length. Oh, Ratford wide. Ratford wide coming out of the last corner. Robinson in striking position now. Through here, surely the move's going to come now. Ratford protects the inside. Robinson has to go the long way and he backs out of it. Track limit warning. Is Robinson going to try the up and under? You can't really do that there because the next corner's a left-hander. But will it allow him? It might allow him for the move into Ashby. No, not quite. Ratford does run a little bit wide at the exit of Ashby, however. And they're right together now, the three of them. And that's what Robinson needs. And I tell you what, it's perfect, really. Here we go. Can Robinson make the move? No, Ratford protects the inside. But if Robinson does make the move, Ratford is going to be vulnerable to Sherry-Ann Powell. Almost bumping into the back of Ratford. Ratford clinging on for dear life. Should be 2 laps to go from here. If anything, Powell looks closer to a move on Robinson. Now Ratford checks the inside again. Does Powell make a move? Robinson's going to try and make it stick around the outside. And now Powell keeps her nose in and she's made it past. And that's exactly what Jack Robinson didn't need. Because now the problem is that even if Sherry-Ann Powell gets past Charlie Ratford, Jack Robinson will need to pass the pair of them. And with 1 lap to go, realistically, that's not going to happen. It needs a tangle really between the two in front. And with Ratford having pulled away the way he has on that lap, it's Ratford's to lose from here. Last lap, Powell stepping out the back through Crook. You can hear the noise to our left from all the family and friends of these drivers. Powell was really tight to the inside going for increments, and you thought maybe she was going to make a move. Is Ratford vulnerable going in towards the Enfield? No, Robinson is so close behind Powell, but really he needs Powell to make the move. Last lap. Ratford just has to keep it pointing the right way now, and he's done it. Right on the final corner, Charlie Ratford is the DRS 100 champion. He takes the clean sweep. We spoke about it after the pre-final. Charlie Ratford, to win this championship, had to be perfect. He won he took pole position. He won the heat. He won the pre-final. He wins the grand final. He clean sweeps the weekend. And with that, the championship is his. And that was absolutely a fantastic race to call. And you have to say, Jack Robinson, from a tactical standpoint, probably drove the perfect race in terms of keeping Sherry-Ann Powell in play and keeping it so that if Ratford was overtaken, then there was a chance that he would fall back to third. But it was all disrupted on the penultimate lap when Sherry-Ann Powell made that move going into Christmas Corner. And really, it was that move that wrapped up the championship for Charlie Ratford. Of course, it's entirely provisional. But as it stands on the circuit, Charlie Ratford is the champion. And just trying to see on the screen what's the reaction going to be. He gets a huge hug. As he gets out of the kart. No real great celebration. If anything, that's probably just a reflection of the effort that he's had to put in and how much has been demanded and asked of him to get this result. But he's gone and done it. I'm sure he'll be ready for fist pumps and real celebrations in a moment. For now, probably just taking the time to cool down and reflect. As that allows us to reflect on what we are very, very glad to say was the safe and exciting race and the exciting title battle that we all hoped for after that big accident earlier on. Great to see that, and the end result is that Charlie Ratford provisionally is our DRS 100 champion. So that wraps up the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series, and from myself, Ben McPhillips, who's been so fortunate for me to be able to join you here at the free circuits that I've had the chance to be at so far. And for those of you who have been watching the streams throughout the season, it's been a pleasure to have you. He is looking forward to more in 2024, but for now, this is the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series, barring, of course, the podium presentations, signing off.
contact between the two of them. Oh, it's contact. There's contact. And there's contact between Sharon Paul and Campbell Pilling.
Welcome to our final podium presentation of the 2023 Daniel Ricciardo Series. It's been a last round that, of course, for the one bad situation that happened, and our fingers crossed everything works out well with that one, I think aside from that, it has certainly been a day that has lived up to all the billing. And now we will begin our podium presentation with our DRS 62 Academy class. And we'll start with our third place driver, Ruben Jenkins. And in second place, and in second place overall in the grand final, was Carter Inskett Clarkson. And our Academy winner, who I think it's safe to say really stole the show this weekend, Rory Hamilton. It's time for a shoey. A fantastic nod, of course, to the man himself, who we hope to see back racing very, very shortly indeed in Formula One. We are now, of course, going to go to our DRS 62 Supers. And the third place driver was Lucas Esser. And in second place, as we just wait for the nod from our photographer here, our apologies. Second place, Harley Drake. And our DRS 62 Super winner and our champion for the category is Ashton Redpath. Worth noting, of course, that our final presentations from a championship perspective are to take place at a future date, but certainly we do want to acknowledge those that have succeeded for their achievements today from a season-long perspective. So now we turn our attentions to the DRS 125 podium, and our novice winner was Thomas Dackins. And in third place, Henry Foote. And in second place overall for the 125s was Tom Snape. And our winner had that to do it the hard way before the luck fell his way in the grand final, Oliver Owen. Finally, we turn our attention to the DRS 100s. I think it's safe to say that our novice class victory was contested much more hotly than usual, and taking it was Benjamin Hamilton. Third place overall in the DRS 100s in the grand final was Jack Robinson. And playing spoiler in that grand final as far as the championship went, in second place was Sherry Ann Powell. And completing what I think is safe to say, the Grand Slam with the victory in the top of qualifying and the victory in all three of the races, Charlie Ratford. And so that concludes our podium presentation. Been absolutely fantastic. Andy, I think I've got to bring you in. You got any final words?
Oh, well, Sherry's in the way. No, just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Fantastic season. You know, we hardly ever have any incidents, and thankfully Archie's fine, bit battered and bruised. But thank you to everybody. Different things happening next year, Arrive and Drive, qualifying on a Saturday, 8 rounds. We're going to be visiting the North Rowra, which is coming back onto the calendar after a break. So it's all looking good. The guys will be live streaming next year. Hopefully you'll be here next year, Ben, and we'll see you all then. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it from you, Andy. Bigger and better things for the Daniel Ricciardo Series next year.